Good afternoon. The Public Safety Committee will now come to order. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Alderman Oldenburg,
Present.
Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, Alderwoman Keys,
Here.
Alderwoman Velasquez, Alderwoman Sanier, Alderman Aldrich, Chair Narayan,
Here.
Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, Alderwoman Sanier, Alderman Aldrich. We have 4 present. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. A quorum being present, I will now entertain a motion for approval of the minutes of Thursday, February 29th, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
All right, there's been a motion and a second, so we can hopefully get over the most controversial thing and approve the minutes. Madam Clerk, could you please?
Alderman Oldenburg,
Aye.
Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, Alderwoman Keys,
Aye.
Alderwoman Velasquez,
Aye.
Alderwoman Sanier, Alderman Aldrich, Chair Narayan,
Aye.
Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, Alderwoman Sanier, Alderman Aldrich. We have 4 aye votes.
All right, with that, we have approved the minutes of Thursday, February 29th, 2024, and we are going to move to our first item for the day, which will be resolution number 125, introduced by Alderwoman Sharon Tyus. Alderwoman, please proceed. No, Alderwoman, you don't. You just need to you're going to want to make sure that green light on that. There you go.
Testing. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm back before you again regarding Resolution 125, which is a resolution I have been working on for 2.5 years, and is to find a way to hire retired police officers for part-time traffic officers. Traffic has become a critical situation in the city of St. Louis. It has always been in certain parts of the city. It's all across the city now. We all can give stories of people. We know the famous stories downtown, but in almost every neighborhood, there are all kind of people who are running red lights, pretend like stop signs don't even exist, hitting people's cars, hitting people themselves, killing people. For years on Natural Bridge, for many, many years, for about the last 9 or 10 years, there was almost once a month or so, or every other month, there was somebody that was killed at the corner intersection of Fair and Natural Bridge. So much so that 2 former aldermen put a lot of landmass of concrete down the middle of Natural Bridge to stop that. It stopped it, but it created another problem that I'm having to deal with now, because the public safety vehicles can't get by because there's only 1 lane, and that's not a good thing to do that on a Natural Bridge is one of our primary streets, and so when you close it off like that, it makes it impossible. Several years ago, I started to try to figure out why we were not taking advantage of a resource we have, and that resource was part-time, that we had police officers that were retiring, and then we couldn't hire them back anymore. And that didn't make any sense to me, because that's someone that's already trained, already knows how the process works. Police officers have to be commissioned, so they were commissioned already, and unless they had been retired for over a certain amount of years, and this was to me, a no-brainer. I wrote to then Director of Personnel, Richard Franks, and asked him about what we could do, why couldn't we hire retired police officers. He sent me back, at that time, state law that did allow us to go, if the police chief would go to the then police board and request to get additional officers, even, and say that it was an emergency and either the Board of Aldermen or the mayor could declare a state of emergency, such as one about traffic, then the state law allowed for the police officers to be made reserve police officers, and it would be able to be used, and I don't know if I gave you that one, I have it here with me. It's a section 84-175 of the, I don't think I gave it to you. I didn't make copies. Give it to the chair, then you can make some copies. But it allowed for the police chief to call in a reserve force, and they got paid, and it allowed for them to be called reserve officers. It also allowed in an emergency for other ways to call in for the police to create another police force, even though they were retired. But the reason that was legal was because, I was told, was because the police at that time were still under the state, and so they were not city employees. But right at the time that he sent it to me, the city took back over the police, and the police became civil service, so that was no longer, we were no longer able to look at doing that. When Dan Isom became the public safety director and Heather Taylor was his assistant, I sent them email asking about, what do you think about finding a way to change the law so that we can hire retired police officers? We were still looking at which way to do it. I called Mark Lawson, who is the attorney over at the Retired Police Officers. I talked to him. I've been talking to everybody. I've talked to the Black Police Officers Association, St. Louis Police Officers Association, the chief, the current public safety director. The ideal is that if we can find a way that we don't affect their retirement, that we could hire traffic safety part-time and put 2, if we put 4 in each ward, you'd have 2 in the mornings or a part-time one in the afternoon or whatever. They would be part-time, they would not be full-time because that would be a problem. But if they stayed part-time, we could find a way to hire them. I did call both state senators who said that they were in favor of that and think that the governor would be in favor of that. So I talked to basically everybody I could around the city. I talked to Kevin Bailey years ago about the mayor's office and what they would think about it, because I was trying to find out if there was some downside to it. The only downside I found was that people could not figure out how we could do this and not run into some problems, maybe with the IRS or with the pension plan. And so I'm continuing to work on this, and I'm sorry because I just got this information that actually yesterday and this morning. I found something, and I gave it to you. It's called Double Dipping by Retired Government Employees. And it was blue at the top. Now you got black and white copies, but it's in Ohio. So they already have this program in Ohio that they're doing the very same thing. If they're doing it, then it cannot be everything that's illegal under the IRS rules, because if it was, they would have been caught by now, because they've been doing this since 2020, 21. And I also went, I got from Mr. Scott Harper, who is the attorney for the St. Louis City retirement. I talked to him at length a few days ago, and even though he doesn't represent the police officers, he sent me a memo about how we could do this, and that's in your package also. But I haven't been able to digest all of that because I just ran up on these things in the last couple of days. Because when you're doing research, sometimes you just run into dead ends, and that's what I kept running into up until these last couple of days. I want to tell you, being a police officer is a very important thing. I know some people think we have too much policing, but there's been this discussion about red light cameras. This was not brought in any kind of concernment with the red light cameras. I was here when they did the red light cameras before. I have my own thoughts about how they work or will not work. This was something I've been working on for a very long time. And it just so happened it's coming up now, so I'm getting these conversations about, well, how will this work with red light cameras? It was not meant to work with red light cameras. It was meant to find a way to put boots on the ground. When I was going through all the things I found out a lot about the police. I didn't know that they have a mandatory retirement age at 65. I found that out. I found out that the Supreme Court frowns deeply on having a mandatory retirement age. You have to show that it's something related to their jobs. So they have overturned a lot of mandatory retirement ages. Missouri, and I think Philadelphia, two of the few states that were able to keep their mandatory retirement age, because most of them wasn't. But as I said before, the thing that I found that I was most disheartened about until yesterday and today was that it seemed that we had run into a dead end about how we could get police officers and pay them part-time. Because if you will look, I also provided for you, Kansas City and several cities in our state have what's known as, here's this one that says personnel policy. They have what's known as reserved police officers, and they are volunteer. They're like the volunteer fire department, okay? And they're not paid, but they do all the things that police officers do, which I think is ridiculous that you would ask someone to work full-time, and then you can't pay them because of some kind of glitch in the law. I don't want to try to hire part-time or full-time police officers that don't get paid. I think it's a dangerous job, and sometimes even doing traffic stops can be a dangerous job. And so that was not a good idea to me. There are several, it's Kansas City, Springfield, Missouri, Joplin, Missouri. Then I found in the state law there's something called a reserve police officer. And 99% of the time they were unpaid positions. But there is a little kind of loophole perhaps that allows you to pay. And so I'm sorry I'm coming before the committee again because I thought I would have a definite answer. But since I received the double dipping by retired government employees, I did call the state of Ohio and talked to them about, because this was done by their legislative research aides, and I talked to them about how that was done and how it relates to if there's any problems with the IRS, anything like that. So I'm supposed to have a conversation with them later this afternoon, and they said they have another piece of research that I want to bring before the committee that would tell us how to avoid some of the pitfalls they had when they first did that. I also was very interested, if you read Mr. Harper, he let me know that he doesn't do this and that I should be talking to some other people, but he gave me several ideas of how we could get this done in his memo, and it would be done legal. But unfortunately, I had so many things this morning that I didn't get a chance to go through this. And so I didn't want to waste this committee's time. I wanted to come and say I've been working on this since I last was before this committee. And I did also provide you there. I talked to the Black Police Officers Association. They sent a letter that should be in there in support of. Oh, okay, right. That should be in support. I also talked to St. Louis Police Officers Association, the chair there. He also was supportive and said he would talk. He wanted to meet with his membership, and then he would be getting back with me. I talked to the police chief. They were taking a look, and the public safety director is going to be watching what we're doing and then getting back with me. But in light of the new information, I feel like I'm Perry Mason, or at least what was his investigator that I just got today. I still don't want to close on this. I want to understand how this works and then present. If we can do this, I want us to vote this out and to make a suggestion about what should be done later. But at this point, I'm not fully vested in what can be done because I haven't had enough time to read those bits of last information. But I did want to share with the committee and answer any questions if you had any at this time.
Turn my mic off rather than on. So yes, Alderwoman, I have a few questions for you. Would your goal here be to create an auxiliary or reserve police force here in the city then?
I don't think we have to. I think that we can just hire people part-time, and that's what my goal is, to just hire them part-time. They would not get, and to keep them part-time, they can't work full-time hours. They won't accumulate benefits. That way, their pension is safe. They will have liability insurance. You do provide that. That's what I've been able to research from everybody else. But other than that, it would be just like your part-time job anyplace else. It would just be, you would be getting paid from a source that you used to get paid for, and you would be getting your pension from that same source. And that's what I want to make sure I understand, that Mr. Harper told me what should be done. And like I said, I haven't read that or sat down with it and digested it.
And if I'm too far in the weeds here, just tell me
No,
that.
go there.
Do you see these people that we're hiring part-time as being independent contractors, or as coming on as employees of the police department again?
Well, per performer, like we do forestry and everything else. So when you do per performer, it's people who've worked for the police, for forestry before, and now they're per performer. So I would see that they would work for the police department. Also, I do know there's another way. We have 2 employees that used to work for the police department that are currently over doing some things at the police department, which I don't want to kind of get into because I don't want them to be pulled out. But it seems that there might be another loophole in which you can hire them as civilian employees, not police employees, and send them over to do something. I was also encouraged by both unions that if you get this done, that they would like to see this go past just traffic, that they would like to see for non-critical positions, that it would be something that could be done, like watching the monitors or something like that. I'm kind of selfish right now. I want to address the traffic problem.
Sure. No, I understand your desire to address the traffic issue, but no, that certainly is interesting to think about. I know one of the complaints that I'm sure we all get is, if a car is broken into or something like that, sometimes there's a delay in a response time because the officer is dealing with a more active situation, maybe.
Right.
And so this may be able to alleviate some of that if it to expand.
Well, even so, one of the things they said, besides just writing traffic tickets, is if we could have them also address traffic accidents, because that takes a lot of time up for police officers.
Absolutely.
And I was open to that, just not any further.
So then. If you could snap your fingers and make this so these individuals would maintain their post certification, do whatever continuing hours they need to do to stay current on that.
Correct. And in fact, but there's a way that if it's over 10 years and been retired, you can get your certification back. There's just things you have to do. I really went into the weeds. I know a lot about the police department now.
Great. Well, no, I look forward to seeing the discussion continue. I know that you've been working on this, and it is completely distinct from red light cameras, because I think you were working at this certainly back at a time where it was very clear that red light cameras were ruled unconstitutional. But I think even maybe when they were still active, you had been started the work on this.
Because we were losing our police officers. And so I found some old emails that I sent. So it doesn't have anything to do with whatever position you are on red light cameras. It has something to do with, we have been losing police officers for a time. I was of the ilk earlier that maybe we had too many. That's how you get to know more things as you see what has happened. I agree with a lot of the people who say we don't want everybody locked up. That's not what I want either. That's why I was a public defender. I still say that people who are like, close the workhouse, are wrong, and they did an incorrect analysis. The problem is we need to address the judges about how they're doing bail, and I'm going to bring a resolution for that, because I'll do the hard work and say things that people don't want to say, because if you're not doing bail properly, you're going to have a lot of people locked up. So I used to be we have plenty of police officers. No, we don't. So I was wrong. And so I'm sorry about that, and I want to address my error.
All right. Well, that's all I have. I'm going to open it up to the rest of the committee. Alderman Oldenburg.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Alderwoman. I'm sorry, and I may have not heard you, and I apologize if that was the case. but you are actively engaged with the chief and/or upper management at the police department around this concept and idea, and they seem to be in favor or support of it.
I talked to the chief, his assistant, Director Coyle. I talked to the St. Louis Police Officers Association, and I talked to the Black Police Officers Association. I don't know who upper management is in police, because I call that the director.
I think you covered it in terms of the parties you needed to engage. So no, those were the folks I was hoping you would engage, and they are in support.
They were like, as long as we don't lose our pension, hey, because they're a valuable resource. They're already trained. That's ridiculous that we wouldn't use them.
Agreed. I think this is really something, and I applaud your work on all this. Thank you, Alderwoman. No further questions for me.
Thank you.
All right, Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, are you on the line? All right, we'll move on. Alderwoman Keys.
Okay, finally, I'm here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. But I want to thank Alderwoman Tyus for bringing this forward. I love the concept of it, and I hope it's something that we can make work.
All right, thank you for that. Alderwoman Velasquez.
I have no questions, Alderwoman, but thank you for bringing this to us and on this idea, and
Thank you.
being able to both use,
Right.
help people that are here and want to work, but also find creative solutions to some of the things that we're facing.
And also, I was wrong, because I was one of the people who said we have enough police officers, and I was wrong. And when you're wrong, you need to really try to correct that. That's what I believe in. As elected officials, when you're wrong, you're going to be wrong sometime. What you do about it.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, Alderwoman Saunier is not, okay.
Her presence is here.
Her stuff is here. Alderman Aldridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Alderwoman, for bringing this forward. I know you've been kind of working on this for a while now. Could you, I guess, give a history, like when did you start on this? Has the board ever passed something similar just for the history of people that are home watching?
So when I was up the position, and because when I came back here, it was in 2013, I had started talking about it when I was still the 20th ward, but it just really didn't. We were pretty flush with police at that time, and so a lot of us were like, we have enough police, and I still don't disagree with the agenda about sometimes we had a lot of positions at the police in which they were not filled. It was the budget, and it was budgeted year after year. So I didn't disagree with taking that out of the budget and saying, we'll put it back in when you can fill it. But I really took some strong positions when I came back here in 2013 about the former mayor, which was Lyda Cruson, saying we needed more. And I was the chair of public employees at that time. And so I was reaching out to Richard Franks, how many police, and he was the director of personnel. So in 2013, I really started working on this. It's just another way to address policing without not arresting people, just getting people to be safe. I will tell you, as a child, I was hit by a car with my mom holding my hand, and a drunk driver sat there, and when she said I could cross the street, he then sped up after he sat there for half an hour or more. And so I still remember that. And anybody who's in an accident, on Natural Bridge at Fair, lady went through the windshield and went into the car of the people that was speeding. And I watched this over and over. I dealt with when former Alderman Muhammad and Bosley, they were all putting these concrete medians because they were just trying to do something. I was working on it then. When the new mayor came in, as I said, she came in April of 2021. I sent the public safety director. I've known Dan Ison most of his life, and so I sent something to him saying, "Hey, we need to do this. What do you think about this?" And he, like I said, he was enthusiastic about it. So was Heather. And when I came back, that was when the red lights were declared illegal. And by that time, and I had been not a supporter. I mean, I had been a supporter. I wasn't opposed to red lights. Still not opposed to them. I just think that they are a way to get revenue, and it will not actually stop people from speeding. So I really worked on how could we have some boots in the ground. And I always go back to something which probably was happened before you were born. They used to have a traffic stop up on Natural Bridge in Velda City. And in Velda City, they would stop you and you had to show your driver's license, that you had your registration and your insurance. And that was coming into the city on Natural Bridge right before you got to, Goodfellow. And I hated that. I started getting on the highway because I had all my stuff. I was like, why can't you just have a lane for the people who doing what they're supposed to, but they would make you sit in line. So that started me to think about, well, if I hated it that much and I was actually doing what I was supposed to, maybe we just had people stopped, not to harass them, just to slow them down, because you cannot get back a life once it's gone, you know. So if they were a little inconvenienced and they're doing all of this speeding, and that's when I really started working on the speed hump issue too. I've pretty much got speed humps on all my residential streets, but Kings Highway, Natural Bridge, West Florissant, Union, they fly like a bat out of hell. And we've had police officers being involved in accidents. We've had a young man on a scooter get killed because he came down the wrong way into the middle of Kings Highway. And so when we've had several of the police chiefs, including Hayden, I've always put, like, people just parked, and Kings Highway has the median, so you could park in between them. And when we have people there and they saw the police officers, you could see the slowing down of the traffic. I've never been a fan of the chase. When I was chair of public safety, I did not like the chase. Mokwa was the chief then, and he and I went rounds and rounds about when you chase people, you end up killing innocent people. So I was always of the position, don't chase them. But as we get into more technology, we're going to get license plate readers. We're going to get some things that will keep you from having to chase people. But just to me, and maybe it's my generation, seeing a police officer sitting there in between on the streets, that makes most people want to slow down, and they don't necessarily want to just speed through the traffic lights. I was at Kings Highway in Lindell the other day, and somebody just came behind me and boom. And that's been a very dangerous intersection over time. So mine has been probably really seriously going on since 2013.
Wow. Again, like I said, I appreciate, as a new alderman, you're giving kind of the history, because I know you've been working on this for a while, and that's good for especially people back home to know. A lot of times we do these pieces of legislation, but how long you've been working on this for over years and been getting community input and all into that process. So I appreciate it, and thank you for your work on this.
And I will tell you, I have 10 neighborhoods, and I presented them to 9 neighborhoods, and 9, I still have one more, and all of them are enthusiastic, but I have a conservative neighborhood anyway. I've always been much more liberal than the neighborhood I represent. They let me be liberal because I take care of them, but they want to see more police. They've always wanted to see more police, and they would get on me when I would say, well, maybe we got enough police, maybe we shouldn't be locking everybody up, but gave me a little leeway.
Well, I know me and Alderwoman Spencer's working on a town hall and the other one, so I'll make sure as those kind of come online that I touch base with you so people can, you can come and educate them on this.
I will. I think it's a good compromise. For those who want red light cameras, I think we have to keep some data, and you'll find out it's going to be much more of gathering funds and raising funds than actually stopping the action. We let it go on too long in the city of St. Louis. So to me, we just got to let them know. Because there are some people that do it that I don't think that would run red lights or would speed through traffic signals and things if they knew that there was going to be somebody sitting there right there. It's kind of like a game, and they don't take it serious anymore because we haven't had enough presence. And I never thought I would be saying this, that we don't have enough police presence in the community.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Appreciate it.
All right, I'm going to go back to Alderwoman Saunier, just as you had stepped away. Do you have any questions for the Alderwoman?
Thank you for being here, Alderwoman Tyus. I don't really have any questions. I really appreciate all the emails, all of the shares of communication, all of the very thorough means of working out to folks. It looks like should we get to a point where we're talking about implementation, you've already got the plan, ready to go. And so I appreciate it. And I think it's important that you bring this forward, because I think that, I think sometimes we conflate conversations that are not conflated. I think that the argument about how can we fill vacancies that are in our budget is separate from a different conversation we're going to have today about having oversight for them. Nothing against having them, want them. They're here, they're already funded. So I think you bringing this forward, and I kind of have seen some of your stances on both issues, just shows the nuances of positions that we can have and the ability to see things from a wider perspective. So just thank you for being thorough in your research and sharing all of this with me. And I just look forward to seeing the conversation progress.
I want to say that, Terry and I have been working on these different issues for 30-something years. I voted for the first thing that we did back in '91, but then I always felt like that we were not going far enough. We didn't have subpoena power. We didn't, until we get to an independent commission that's not appointed by the mayor. I know mayors don't like to hear this, and I don't care if I was the mayor, I would say the same thing. When you have people appointed by people, then they will only appoint people who are only going to go so far most of the time. And then they're shocked when people don't agree with them. The point of these people on these commissions is not to agree with Sharon Tyus or the mayor or anybody. It is to do a thorough investigation, try to resolve some of these problems that are going on at the Justice Center. And I was the chair of public safety. And I will tell you again, we did not build the Justice Center for long-term for people to be long-term locked up. It was built for the people who lived out, federal employees, federal prisoners, which nobody wants to talk about, and also for people who had to come in from, if they were over a year, they were in mid-state Missouri, it let them come in early, and you didn't have the judges and the public defenders and the prosecutors sitting around. The workhouse was where, as a public defender, I can tell you, they asked to go to the workhouse because they can go outside, they can do exercise. None of that stuff was put in the Criminal Justice Center because it was not anticipated. And people don't like to hear that from the other side, but I was there. And it's a lot more people. Durker knows it. Former Judge Jack Garvey knows it. We were all in, years ago in the 80s, we were in the courtroom talking about why we needed something downtown, and that's when we had the downtown police station down here, but it was not adequate. I never want anybody locked up that shouldn't be. I've always been that advocate. I went and got my own tenant out of jail when they were unfairly holding him and made them give him a bail hearing. And this is why I'm adamant about if we clean up the bail. And when I come back, I'm going to introduce the thing to ask them to give us some statistics about how often they roll over the bail and continue it. And when you start seeing these numbers, and I tell you again, the 22nd Judicial Circuit got in trouble for not doing bail correctly from the Supreme Court. So if we don't ask the hard questions of people, then we'll get incorrect answers.
Thank you, Alderwoman Tyus. No further comments or questions.
All right. President Green, do you have any questions? Not used to calling on you in this committee.
We do have Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
Oh, I apologize for that. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
No apology needed. I was having some connectivity issues and wasn't on at first, was back on, but I'm glad to be on now. Hope you all can hear me. I want to thank Alderwoman Tyus for bringing this tool to the toolbox. I just had one question that came up during her presentation. Alderwoman Tyus, do you envision these officers being armed?
Oh, yes, they would have, because they're commissioned officers, and to be a commissioned officer, you have the right to carry. So they will be, as long as they haven't been retired for 10 years, they'll have all the responsibilities of a police officer.
Right.
They will just be part-time. And as I said before, selfishly, I just want them to do traffic right now. We have such a problem with traffic that if we could each get 4 in our own wards or whatever, that would be a great start to just people seeing them on the major streets, because I know a lot of us have done speed humps, and it does help a lot, but it doesn't do anything for the major or some of the secondary streets. So they would be armed.
Thank you so much.
All right. I know that you had indicated that you're not looking to close today. So
But next time, when I come back here, I'm going to have answers, okay?
Okay.
I'm moving it further along each time.
Absolutely.
The hard issue as I want you.
Absolutely. And Major, while you're here, would you like to add anything to the commentary on this one?
You have to come up here and say that. That's my friend right there.
To address the concerns that she has, they have to be commissioned, they have to be post-certified, and all police officers have to be armed.
Understood.
Do that.
Could you please state who you are? I'm sorry.
Major Janice Boxstruck.
Thank you, Major.
Thank you. I will be back here when we come back in session
Bless you
with
both.
answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderwoman. All right, so at this point, we will take up the item number 2 on the committee discussion, the police use of SUVs. Major, if you could come back up. All right, Major, and I know that you and I had spoken briefly regarding this. I know that just the community and with many of us aldermen, we've been hearing questions from our constituencies about the use of SUVs as opposed to sedans for policing, and then questions about what happens, what the protocol is for what happens next, basically after any accident. And was hoping that you could shed some light on that.
Okay, do you have a specific question or just?
Well, so I guess first, do you or does SLMPD have data on whether or not we've actually seen an increase in accidents with more Tahoes on the street as opposed to the sedans that SLMPD was patrolling with previously?
So in my position, I have access to data back to about 2016 that I personally have knowledge of. And we have always ranged from 100 to 150 auto accidents a year, fluctuating up and down since 2016. So we are at that same number in the last 3 to 8 years.
Okay. And just anecdotally speaking, even, is there a feeling in the department amongst the rank and file on, are the SUVs more difficult to drive in the way that you need to drive as a police officer? I know that you have a computer, you have a radio, you don't always know where you're going. It's not the typical grocery go-getting that I do in my car.
So yes, I'll expound on that a little bit. SUVs have been nationally recognized as the optimum vehicle for policing. You know, you have to be able to fit up to 2 officers in a vehicle, their equipment, and any offender that you might have to transport. So an SUV nationally is the type of vehicle that policing are using in the enforcement area of policing. Now, of course, if you have an admin job, you could be driving a sedan, but enforcement has always been SUVs. Not only that, they have to be able to travel over different terrain, inclement weather. When there's ice and feet of snow on the ground, the police still have to be able to respond. So an SUV considered standard nationally as the type of vehicle that is optimal for policing. So I do know that. When it comes to driving, yes, just like anything, the longer you operate that, the better you're and more proficient you become. So I don't see that it's increased just because of the SUVs. It is a different type of driving, as you said. So policemen are responsible for a lot, and it's a very different type of driving than the average citizen. The citizen knows I'm going from point A to B, and they're concentrating solely, or hopefully concentrating solely on their driving, correct? Police officers are responsible for obtaining a lot of information, digesting that information and their environment while they're driving. So they will be giving updates on the type of call they're going to. They may be getting information from a GPS on how to get there, because of course we can't expect them to know every location within the city and the optimal way to get there. And they also could be receiving information such as a suspect just fled from this bank robbery, driving this blue sedan or a black SUV. Now they're having to observe their environment or the vehicles that are around them, or a suspect that may be running in the area that they have to look for while they're looking for the street sign and while they're driving. So it is a giant responsibility to digest all the information that's coming at you at the same time as your environment and your driving skills. So the longer you do it, like anything, the better you become, more proficient you become.
Sure. No, understood there. And I think one of the bigger questions that I've been receiving is, so there's a car crash involving a police officer. What happens next? What's the next steps that the department looks at? What's kind of the protocol there?
Okay, so there is a protocol. Like any auto accident, whether it's a department employee, a city employee, or a civilian, an officer responds and writes that auto accident. So there will be an auto accident that is prepared. The difference between police officers and maybe a citizen is that there's an oversight board. So if a citizen's involved in an accident because someone suddenly stopped in front of them, or their child in the rear seat distracted them, or they dropped something, or they heard a loud noise, they're involved in an auto accident. Their only responsibility is insurance, and then that's the end of the process. For us, we take our driving and our responsibilities very seriously as a city and as a police agency, so we have a review board. It's called the Department Accident Review Board. That review board looks at every single auto accident report of every single police-involved auto accident and decides at that time whether or not that auto accident is an at-fault auto accident for the police officer. So if it is, say he reversed, or she, I should say he or she, reversed into a pole that may have been in their blind spot, that could be an at-fault auto accident. Any at-fault auto accident is then, they receive a disciplinary action for that at-fault auto accident. It could be ranging from a written reprimand to suspension or loss of wages. And then every single auto accident, an at-fault auto accident, they are also sent to driver's training and re-instruction. So that's for every single one of them. It's more than most agencies do, and we take that very seriously.
And who comprises that review board?
So the review board has myself, other police officers from every rank, and we also have 3 city officials who sit on that review board and bring a lot of information. So not only do we look at each single auto accident, we look at all the accidents for that month, that year, both ways, holistically, and decide whether or not there's something we can do to reduce auto accidents. So with the city officials, we look at time of day, lighting.
Do you know which city officials those are?
I do not have their names on me right now, but it's a city attorney, it's someone with workman's comp. So there's many people that are there that are looking at it holistically to try to reduce the numbers. So it's they can send a person from city legal division, city workman's comp division. They have the right to ask any questions they want to get clarification, but they bring analytical data too, so that we can look at it and decide, was it lighting that impacted it? Something the city could do to improve it? Is it something we can do? Is it a training issue? Is it a time of day or a day of the week? So we look at it a lot, and we analyze it a lot.
And then that review board has an up or down vote on whether or not the accident is an at-fault accident or not an at-fault accident?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And they also review other safety issues, like whether or not the officer was wearing a seatbelt, and that is an additional safety concern and an additional, that's an automatic day suspension and loss of pay for lack of compliance.
And without getting into any specifics, are you finding the same officers in front of this board repeatedly, or is it typically something that hopefully if it comes up in your career, it would be a one-time event?
So like all things, it's how many auto accidents you've had in a 3-year period. Just like any event, you
I
don't
gotcha.
hold it against them for
Sure.
eternity.
Sure.
And very seldom is it repeat offenders. As you repeat, the discipline becomes more progressive. And it could be, the normal is 0, none. You go from no auto accidents for the majority of police officers to 1 to 2 in a 3-year period. Very seldom do we see anybody that has 3+ auto accidents in a 3-year period. And that would be substantial loss of pay.
And so this board reviews any time that there's any real damage to just any police car, or is it specifically when you hit another car? I'm just trying to think. There's, in my mind, there's a clear difference. And I was involved in some sort of vehicle pursuit, and smashed my car into something. Then
you get an at-fault auto accident for backing into a low yellow post on a parking lot. That could be considered an at-fault auto accident, and you would receive discipline for that too. We look at all accidents because we want you to be more aware, cognizant of your responsibility in driving.
okay. Well, thank you. And I'm going to open it up to the committee at this point. Let's see. Alderman Oldenburg, if you're still on the line, do you have any questions? Alderman Oldenburg? We'll move to Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
Thank you. No questions at this time. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you.
All right, Alderwoman Keys.
Thank you. No, I do not have any questions at this time.
Thank you. Alderwoman Velasquez.
I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Alderwoman Saunier.
Thank you for being here.
Oh, you're welcome.
Is there a policy in place about the requirement of toxicology tests when SLMPD officers get into accidents, or can you just talk about how that works?
So yes, there is a city admin regulation 120B that does not cover just police officers. It covers all city employees, and we adhere to that city admin regulation. So there is no direct policy regarding just auto accidents. There is a general city admin regulation. I do know that the administration, city administration has been looking at that. To change that administration would take a lot. You would have to require review. It would require all city employees to follow the same admin regulation, and you would have to have discussions with Department of Personnel and union.
And just to jump in here, Major, if I may, the administration had wanted an individual to be here today to address some of that, and that person couldn't be here today. But one of the things that they wanted me to point out, should that come up, is that's part of an ongoing labor negotiation. And so the administration is looking to address that particular issue, but it's part of, like I said, part of an ongoing labor issue because there's a few different standards throughout the city, and they're trying to, I think, unify that standard.
I know we're talking about changes, but I'm just curious, how does it work right now? I know you said there's a city administration board, just to introduce
We
myself.
do not mandatory test at every auto accident. No, that does not occur. That is not part of the city admin 120B.
And who makes the decision of whether or not there's a test or not?
The admin regulation 120B. We would have to have additional probable cause based on state law. So,
Sorry, I think this is helpful too because I'm a little newer, so the jargon is newer. I'm just not sure.
So-
the
so
admin,
just,
is
there's
that
an
the
admin
mayor?
regulation that just says when we can test and not test, correct? So that does not cover auto accidents currently. That would require a change of policy, and if the policy was changed, we would then follow it. The only other way you can test at an auto accident would be falling under state law that would apply not only to police officers, but you and everybody in this room. It would have to have indicators showing that you have the right to mandate testing, which would require all those indicators of drunk or intoxicated driving.
I'm sorry, I might not be answering my question right. Maybe Alderman Ryan, I'm not sure if I'm misreading
I
this. Who's responsible? The accident happened. I know you're saying the city admin, but whose responsibility ultimately, who would say whether or not there will be a toxicology test or not? Would that be the police chief? Would that be the mayor? Is the city admin referring to some kind of board? That's what I'm asking. Who's responsible for making that call right now?
I think I'm unclear. So right now, there is no rule or admin regulation that says every time you test, okay? So we do not test.
No, I'm just asking who. So I know there's not a policy, but if there is a decision made to have a test done, who would be the one to make that call?
I think I can maybe address this going if I put on my lawyer hat and my criminal defense hat. I think the officer who responded to the incident is tasked with seeing if there's probable cause that anyone is under the influence if they've been operating a motor vehicle.
Including themselves?
But not, of course, they're not going to.
Have an
No,
audit
no.
that a supervisor has to be notified, okay? So a supervisor responds to that.
Okay.
If there was someone there that they felt a police officer for some reason was under the influence, just like any time that supervisor reports that, it's immediately addressed. The Internal Affairs Division would be called out. They would do a mandated drug testing, and there's a lot that would go with that, but that would also fall under state law, and you have to have certain requirements. I cannot just stop you because
No, I
you're
understand.
out in an auto accident and tell you, come on, now you have to go blow.
Right.
You
So-
have to have indicators. And
So
that
right
would-
now, as the process is, the supervising officer at that time, if an incident happens that involves an officer getting into an accident, it would be the supervisor of that officer who would decide the call whether or not.
Absolutely, and everything is normally on body camera, and it could be reviewed if somebody.
If we catch it,
Get it
we
later.
be missing footage sometimes, but if we catch it, I guess, do you know this, how often like, this may be more of a data question, but I have the answer. It might be something that come up in Alderman Orion's, you're doing your meetings as chair of public safety, but do you know the frequency of how often, once an accident happens with an officer, how often a toxicology is called? Or how often that decision is made by the supervising officer?
I certainly don't have that data. I don't know if
I could tell you, there's it would be in a very big exception instead of a rule. You would actually have to have indicators, smell, looks in their eyes, smell of alcohol on their breath. You would have to have a lot of things. And that does not happen often.
Yes, understood. I guess, is that private information? If a toxicology test is called on by the supervisor and is given, is that information that's allowed to be shared with the public as far as letting them know, or is that private, like
Those
personnel?
are personnel matters that fall under admin regulation 17, which is also governed by civil service rules. So we don't publicly release disciplinary action, just like any other job doesn't talk about internal personal matters.
Well, thank you. I guess my other question, and I don't think this has been asked. I know there's been questions asked about kind of what Alderman Orion mentioned about the accidents happening. And I saw just kind of an interview where the mayor indicated that it was the cars, the Tahoes that were causing it. I'm just wondering, would you agree with that same stance that like it's the bigger vehicles, or like if there's an increase in accidents, would you agree that it's the vehicles, since that's the answer that we have to reference, or what might you say is responsible for that or helping cause that?
There's a learning curve to driving that vehicle for anybody, and that can be considered. I'm not saying that's the reason, but as the force is younger, it does take people longer to learn to drive with all that responsibility, correct? So as we lose officers, age of our police officers that are doing enforcement in a district is younger, and they are still learning. So, and many of them may not have driven SUVs as a regular vehicle. So there is a difference in driving a sedan, an SUV, or a big rig, or a box truck, or anything else. So it's a learning curve. And as your force is younger, it's a bigger learning curve. But Chief Tracy has identified that outage. We were struggling with supply chain issues, vehicle purchases post-COVID because of the inability to purchase vehicles. So they were training in some older sedans. Now we are at a different point in the world, and we have designated, he has one there, so they will, at our training facility, they will be training in SUVs as their correctional training, which helps. And he's identified 2 more vehicles that he's going to move to that. So he has noticed that problem, that outage. Due to the world being in a better place, we are able to fix that problem, and we're hoping that that also helps with the training.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure it's clear for people to understand that, because I had this explained to me before, that they don't get the training. They get the training in one type of vehicle, and then once they're on duty, then they start to drive the other, but they're not necessarily doing the training in the larger vehicles that they may be driving as officers.
In the past, they weren't, because we couldn't get more SUVs. So the ones we had to put out in patrol. So we were using older sedans to train, so they got the general idea of how to deploy anti-lock brakes and other things, right? How to maneuver in different situations. Not realizing that, we did realize, but it was harder to find the vehicles that maneuvering in a different type of vehicle is different. So we have addressed that, and we will continue to address that. It was just, like I said, getting vehicles was very hard in the last 3 years.
Thank you.
Still have 10 that we ordered 2 years ago. We're still waiting on.
Thank you. I would just put on record that I would support obviously negotiations are between the mayor and, unions and police force, but I would support the idea around just more responsibility around the toxicology. I just think it's interesting, if anybody's direct supervisor that you're working with every day is responsible for making that call, I can see why it might not be made as objectively. And I've definitely heard members of the community kind of ask questions about that, which are generally hard to have because it's personnel information, so you never know if there was calls. But I would definitely support policy conversations in the mayor's office and whoever's having those negotiations to talk about that and clarify it a bit more.
And it would be for every city employee, because it would be the same thing if, another city employee is involved in a minor auto accident. Are we going to test? So we would have to know what that is as police officers to enforce it, because we can't enforce a city trash driver to forcibly take a drug test that violates state law unless there's a city admin about that.
Yeah, I think it's always negotiations and conversations.
Right.
And I don't mean in
It's-
general, just, recently we've had some extreme examples, like if you run through a bar, if there's some examples I'd like to see us address when clear things happen that like something major really went wrong, that toxicology reports and things of that nature should happen, not necessarily in general. But that concludes my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Do we have Oldenburg back or no?
Yeah, I'm back, Mr. Chairman, and I have no questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Then Alderman Aldridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Major.
Major box truck.
Thank you, Major Bachtruk, and for all the work that you do. I guess one quick comment. I know one thing we learned in budget and public employees is there are some jobs that don't require people to take like drug tests, knowing that marijuana is like now legal. But in the case of like public safety and like say some of these jobs that drive these big mechanical trucks, they do have to. So I'm wondering if maybe that from the comments from Alderwoman Sonnier, if maybe those same standards that we follow with certain employees were a job, like if it's forestry, you wouldn't probably need to take a toxicology because you wouldn't be driving, but
They drive large forestry vehicles.
well, yeah, let me not say forestry. Let's say, I don't know, NRS. But what I'm saying right now, the city, there are some jobs where there's not a drug test requirement, but for public safety it is, because I think that's a federal thing. To stay on the toxicology report, I hope I'm saying that right. So even though you guys don't do it, if an incident happened, is there any type of like checking in with the officer? Do you make them like walk a straight line? Is there any like following the pupils just to make sure that after an accident that like they are okay or that they wasn't under any influence at all?
And again, those all fall under state law. So what you're describing was a field sobriety test, and every citizen in the United States has to display certain indicators before you require a field sobriety test. So no, it is not automatically done either. That's just, we follow all laws, rules, and city regulations right now.
Gotcha. And to get with the SUV, so would you say we have more of a younger police force than probably 8 or 10 years ago?
I've been on 35 years. When I came on, there was nobody within 20 years of my age range. So historically and nationally, yes, all police agents have become younger agencies.
And you would say, I know over the last few weeks we have seen some often crashes of SUVs, if it was Bar PM or if it was a recent church in the kind of West End area, mainly more of these SUVs compared to like the smaller cars. And there was a comment made that the city has never really kind of driven these SUVs. How long have we had SUV trucks on the force?
10 years, 10 plus years.
Okay. And I guess you're saying the reason of like these more recent crashes is because of lack of experience with the people that are driving them?
I'm not saying that, because our auto accident numbers are the same as they have historically been since 2015. So we have fluctuated between the number of 100 to 150 every year, going up and down. Somewhere it could be 101 one year, 135, 115, 149. It's just fluctuated back and forth since 2016. So I don't see it being more. I just think more technology has brought forth more pictures of auto accidents.
A little bit more oversight there, potentially, maybe.
However you want to phrase that.
Yeah. So what, and this is something I could have asked the chief. I do appreciate he's been coming in front of this body, and also he's came in front of other bodies to talk about public safety. What is the department doing to try to ensure that we have less of those crashes? Are there like new trainings that are going to be happen, or is the department taking any proactive steps to try to
Like I said, I think we take the proactive steps already. I mean, if you're looking from 2016 through to 2023 and the numbers really haven't moved, that's pretty much a steady rate of what it's going to be due to the type of service we provide, right? And these aren't just all those high-profile accidents that you're speaking of. They're also, I bumped into the pole at the Justice Center as I was backing up. So those numbers aren't reflective of us crashing with just other vehicles. It's everything. That's a totality of numbers. He has identified the one outage, which is the training with the SUVs due to the unavailability of them. We're making them available now. We do sit with the city legal division. We review everything from lighting, time of day of the week, everything that we can do to analyze, look at, and try to correct what could be wrong. Like Alderwoman Tyus said, you know, Natural Bridge was a place that was a lot of auto accidents. We try to find those and try to find solutions. Sometimes those work, and sometimes you find that the solution creates another problem. It's always a learning curve.
Thank you. That's all I have.
President Green, do you have any questions?
I do. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you for inviting me.
Is your microphone on, President?
Is that better?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. First off, so something that my office has gotten quite a few emails about is seeing officers run red lights. Can you talk to me a little bit about your policy around running red lights? I have seen officers at some point in time come to a stop at lights, kind of look both ways, and then if nobody's there, just go through it without lights or sirens or anything, like they're speeding to get anywhere. Can you talk about the training around when it is appropriate to run a red light and what that looks like?
So I can't quote exact policy, but I have knowledge of policy. So our policy says when you're involved, whether it be a pursuit, a tactical pursuit, or going what we call code 1 to a call for service, that the officer has to ensure that the intersection is clear before proceeding through. So if he comes to that intersection, I can tell you this, on a dartboard, if he comes to that intersection, he stops, and he just assumes the person going the other way is going to stop for him and through it, he would be found at fault because he has to absolutely sure that that intersection is clear and that the other person has come to a complete stop before proceeding through the intersection. So they are allowed because, of course, if it's a burglary in progress, a rape in progress, whatever it may be, or even if you're the assist trying to get there to help, we want you there as fast as possible, but we want you there as safe as possible. There's an old adage on the police department, if you can't get there, you can't help. So we should talk about that.
So should lights or sirens be on at that point in time to notify other vehicles around them that they are planning on going through that red light?
Yes, they should be.
Okay. Because that is something that we've gotten quite a few emails about. So
and a lot of people feel like, they turn them on and go through the intersection, turn them off. It's because they're not trying to distract a lot of people too. Sometimes you don't, what we call come in on the quiet because you don't want,
right,
what is going on. So it all requires a lot, again, of processing of information. We do try to retrain our officers because there could be this information's all coming in them, working all of that, driving. Sometimes I'm grateful when you tell me they stop, they look before they enter, and sometimes not turning on the lights or that is a retraining issue because they're concentrating on so much information that they're responsible for digesting. If they overlook that, we have to talk about that again.
Okay. The other question I have, because I think some of our national driving trends of accidents, whether they are of police vehicles or regular vehicles, have gone up since about 2011, 2012. And I think a big reason for that is because cell phones have become, especially smartphones, have become more prevalent. Can you talk to me about the policies you have around cell phone or smartphone usage while operating a police vehicle?
It would have to be hands-free usage. And a lot of times I myself even have used it for a GPS. If you're trying to keep your screen in your police car up with the current information that it's receiving about the data that's coming in about the call you're responding to, sometimes it's easier to have your cell phone going with, say, an app like Waze that's telling you turn right at the next street. It's just so hard to understand every street in the entire city and get there while you're doing all that. So, but phone call conversations have to be hands-free. They can also, certain specialized units could be receiving data from the Real-Time Crime Center through a cell phone usage, but it would require, but that's for employees that have department cell phones. But personal cell phones, the only time police officers normally would use it while driving is trying to use another app so that they can keep the data on their screen that's describing possibly where they're going or the updated information.
Okay. And are police vehicles outfitted with hands-free devices, or do they have Bluetooth so that a phone can go to the speakers and not have to be something that you fiddle with to try to turn on?
Most of the time, I believe they're turning it on with the directions before they proceed, and then they'll just have it talking to them driving.
Okay. But there's no, like
They're
in
not
my car, I
downloaded
have one of those
to an info
dashboards.
system that has, no, the police packages don't always come with all the bells and that have screens that actually bring up maps and stuff like that. Our police vehicles are not equipped with that. It's called a police package, and it's a very basic package.
I'm not really talking about that. I have a thing that was $9.99. I put it in the
Oh, a holder?
a holder so that the phone is up there and I never have to actually touch it. That's a hands-free device so that the map is up there. I can see where I'm going without having to look down or anything.
We do not supply
we don't do that
We
right
do
now.
not supply that currently.
Okay, that might be something that we want to look into as well. I guess the other question is, you brought up the computers a minute ago. So do officers often use the computer at the same time they're driving the car, or what are the kind of protocols around looking at what's on your screen there versus focusing on the road?
There's not a written policy on how you do that. Like I said, policing is multitasking, and that's the requirement of the job. Receiving information, looking at the street sign, hearing the new information coming in, possibly looking down gangways for individuals or the cars that are coming at you. There is just so much, every circumstance would be different, so there is no absolute policy written, but the screen is always there, it's always open, and it's not like they're typing while they're driving. And the dispatcher is also talking over the department radio that's giving you additional information.
Okay, and when they're going through the driver training, is there simulation there of the dispatcher talking to them, or simulation of what that environment will look like of needing to multitask while operating that vehicle?
I think it would be best if you brought somebody from the training facility to talk about that. I don't really want to say what they're doing and be incorrect, but.
Okay. And then just a fun fact, the city got the Tahoes in 2008 for the first time. So we've had them 15, 16 years at this point.
I know
they
were solely implemented in because a lot of people really liked them. I had an Impala for many years until recently. you could not get around in snow in an Impala. In fact, they're not even making Impalas in police packages.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
um,
So we've had them for a while.
mhm.
So I would hope that we would have figured out in 15 years how to operate them safely. But the last question I have, a couple of years ago when I was alderperson, one of the things that happened was that not exactly sure what the officer was doing, but he hit a parked car and ended up totaling the car in the ward, and he actually drove off. And it was a Ring camera that kind of caught what happened. What are the protocols around if an officer does get in an accident, that they notify the property that they hit or the car that they hit or whatever, and not just
On duty,
on duty? Yeah.
they need to notify, the protocol is they notify their supervisor immediately, and that the supervisor assigns an officer to take that report and investigate that auto accident. That's
Okay.
the policy.
So should they stay at the scene or leave the scene?
They should stay.
Stay at the scene. Okay, that is good clarity on what should be happening. Those are all the questions I have for now. Thanks.
All right, before I let the major go, does anyone have any follow-ups? Alderman Schweitzer, I see you're in the room. No? Okay. All right, well, thank you so much,
Thank you
Major.
for having me.
All right, at this time, we're going to take up the Prop S Subcommittee. Alderman Aldridge, if you could take over chair for 1 second. This should be quick.
All right, Alderman, or Chairman, I guess you're still the chair. Anytime you give me the, oh, yeah, you are both. Give me the, I know, he didn't give me the gavel. Mm.
Oh, yeah. I didn't want to give you like a hammer you could hit me with.
Yeah, I'll take a hammer. So yes, we are on item 1, the Youth Crime Prevention Prop S Committee. So Alderman, you may proceed, Chairman.
Right, thank you. So each year, there's Prop S funds that we allocate to various community organizations to help prevent youth crime. The allocation of those funds involves a subcommittee. One of the things that we're trying to do this year is increase the transparency on how we make those decisions by having relying more on an expert to come in and let us know things that have been successful in the past, things that have been unsuccessful in the past. I've worked with Christine Ingracia from the President's Office on this, as well as Wilford Pickney. I'm sorry. Oh, and Alderwoman Sonia, yes. Not to leave out anyone, but we do need to create a subcommittee on this. My preference would be that anyone on public safety who would like to be a member of the subcommittee can be on it, and anyone who does not wish to be on it doesn't need to or can resign. So at this point, I would put a motion forward that the 7 individuals that comprise the Public Safety Committee are members, become members of a newly created subcommittee for Prop S.
Second.
All right, there was a second. Any discussion on the motion? I guess I'll start in seniority before we take a vote. Alderman Odenberg.
No questions.
All right, Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
No questions.
All righty, Alderwoman Keys. All right, Alderwoman Velasquez.
No questions.
All right. Alderwoman Saunier.
No questions.
Alderman Aldrich, no questions. There's a motion in front of us. Have the discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, thank you. The only other thing that we need to do is to do a chair and vice chair on this. I think just for the sake of expediency, we just leave things the same as the Public Safety Committee would be my recommendation here. That way there's no lull in between calling meetings and things like that. It'll just be like any other public safety meeting. So at this point, I would move that I will be the chair of the subcommittee and Alderman Aldridge would be the vice chair of the subcommittee.
All right. Motion was made. There is a second. Any discussion? Unless people have a hand raised, I won't go. Okay. Well, Alderwoman Velasquez.
Discussion point. Just refresh me since it's been a while since we've talked about this. Are the applications are all in, or when's the deadline, or just a quick refresher on?
So ultimately the end of this will be April 15th. So what we have to do is go over all of these applications. I don't believe that the application deadline is closed. I don't have that date in front of me. The president may be able to weigh in on that.
Let me see. I had that.
Yeah, when the applications are in.
See if I can find it.
Okay.
I had an email about it. Give me a minute while I try to find that.
Okay, if you have any other questions,
That's it.
we can move along to them, or happy to circle back when the president finds it.
But I was just curious.
Alderwoman Velasquez has asked a question. And the other committee members have a question?
I have it.
The president has it.
Madam President.
Thank you. All right, so the application opens March 7th, it closes April 15th, and then right after that, so when the new board comes in session, we will do a resolution, funding resolution through the board. So it'll be the beginning of next session.
All right.
There we have it.
Any additional questions, Alderwoman Velasquez?
So theoretically, we'd have to do this all over again
Or sorry,
in the next session.
no, I read that wrong. April 15th is the last day of this session. So it has to be done by April 15th.
Yes.
Okay,
So 16th is,
got it.
yeah, next day, yes.
That's it.
All right.
For some context.
Thank you. Thanks for asking that, Alderwoman Velasquez, because that was going to be my question. I know we talked about this at the beginning of public safety, and it's been so long. So I guess we're going to have some a lot of meetings on this. So this would be outside of our, say if public safety has bills on Thursday of when we come back, how do you envision that working? Would the subcommittee also, because
Historically, the subcommittee has met at the end of the public safety meetings or behind closed doors, frankly. One of the things that I would like to do is not have those meetings behind closed doors. I think there's serious concerns about that. And so my preference will be to have the and the reason for having the subcommittee comprise the same membership of the committee is that we'll just flow from committee meeting into subcommittee meeting, and anyone who has an interest in that can stay. It'll be no different to the viewer, other than we will move from public safety to the subcommittee for Prop S.
Gotcha. And I echo, I think the more in public we can be about, the decisions we make here at the board is important. And yeah, no, I appreciate you tackling this, Alderman.
Absolutely. And one of the things that I think we're going to be addressing because this has been this way since I have been at the board, is I hope to at least address the time frame here so that this is always something that comes up in the kind of dying days of the session, just with the way that the dates line up. And so we're going to be looking at changing the funding cycle of these to go with the calendar year rather than the fiscal year in order to address that concern and to give the applicants more time to fill out their applications and the people on the committee more time to review those applications and address them. One of the things that we've done this year is to we agreed earlier to hire an expert to review these applications. That individual will be coming to us with their recommendations on funding. That way, my preference at least would be, and I believe the preference of this committee at the time the vote was taken, was to pretty overwhelmingly rely on the recommendations of that person. That way there's no concern that any individual is picking a pet project for funding. So my hope is, in between having an expert that we can rely on and having these discussions in public where everyone can see us and watch us, that there's no concern that anyone's kind of pet project is being funded at the expense of maybe a program that may be better for the youth of the city of St. Louis. So with that, I think we've done everything that we need to today. So stay posted, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, the last thing on the agenda is Board Bill 185. Alderman Aldridge, please proceed.
All righty. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. First, I would like to make a motion to adopt the committee substitute.
So moved.
Second. All right, there's been a motion and a second to put the newest iteration of the committee substitute in front of us. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Odenberg,
Oh, yeah, I realize that, but I was just trying to think. I don't know how that should be from our house to here. I'm afraid of
Alderman Odenberg,
Aye.
Alderwoman Clark Hubbard,
it be midnight.
Aye.
Alderwoman Keys, Alderwoman Velasquez,
Aye.
Alderwoman Sanye,
Aye.
Alderman Aldrich,
Aye.
Chair Narayan,
Aye.
Alderwoman Keys, President Green,
Aye.
I'm sorry, I'm having some technical issues. I'm sorry, I wasn't able to hear what we're voting on.
we're voting on the committee sub to Board Bill 185.
The sub, yes. Mm-hmm.
President Green,
Aye.
we have 8 aye votes.
All righty, thank you. So in front of us, we have the committee sub to Board Bill 185. I think we had a pretty lengthy discussion on the oversight of technology. From that last meeting, I encouraged all my colleagues to, as I have been throughout the last few weeks working on it, please let me know what are some of the changes and what things we need to make in this piece of legislation to get it to a place, as we said on the kind of excise bill, something where everyone will be happy, but ultimately we bring oversight when we do, when we're looking at technology. So a couple changes that I'll walk everybody through the process of the bill, some changes we made. So on page 1, it is a whereas clause. We added some findings from the 21st Century Task Force report that was done at the time under Barack Obama to really update and say how technology is helpful in the process when our law enforcement officers are using it, but it was not something that would hinder them. I know that was one of the concerns that came up, that due to a state statute, which is local control, would having input on technology be a hindrance to the ability for the police to be able to do their job. And it goes all the way into not just page 1, but it goes into page 2 as well, talking about some of the findings in that 21st Century report. And then, even though it's underlined, the second thing that's underlined, the whereas, which was already in the last iteration of the bill, is the mayor signed an executive order talking about the surveillance transparency, very similar to the things that we talk about in this bill, as far as a use plan, as far as the department coming in front of the committee, and what different technologies are used. This is just adding a component when it comes to the oversight element of it. In section 1 of definitions, under new surveillance technology, we added a caveat in there that wanted to put some protections that any type of like database or new surveillance that the department use, if it requires any type of HIPAA or disease outbreak management, that this wouldn't necessarily affect them in that way. And section 2 is a Board of Aldermen approval mandate. We just put some cleanup language in there saying that the Board of Aldermen shall take a resolution to be introduced to the full Board of Aldermen and referred to the relative committee and therefore be voted by the committee. Again, just cleanup language. I know one of the questions Alderman Odenberg asked was kind of like that process, what happens if it stalls out? So we put more stronger language in there that makes it very clear that the Board of Aldermen shall act. Section 3, under surveillance use plan, we added in the information technology department, but one of the concerns and asked from Alderman Orion was adding the city councilor as somebody who would come in as an expert to be able to also give an opinion on the process when we're making these type of decisions on this piece of legislation. So that was added in. On that same section of surveillance use plan, it is very lengthy. This again was one of the concerns that Alderman Odenberg brought up, of how do we not make sure things are politicized, which it's kind of hard to do that at a political body. But what we put in was language that made it very clear how the use plan would flow. And from the use plan flowing, and they presenting it to the board, they have so many days to present it. Then the board shall take it up in 30 days. They must take it up. If they need an extension, they can send it back to the department. The department then would have 30 days to be able to get that use plan together, but making sure that there's always a kind of a process so that it doesn't get held up. And just to be clear, because I think there's still a little bit of confusion, the surveillance use plan is a plan that, one, it's kind of already laid out in the executive order. What it would allow is for the department to say what technologies they're using. So let's just say shot spotters or cameras, what technology they're using there, how they use cameras, where they're deployed, how much does it cost for those cameras, how they're collecting the data, how's that data being protected, how that data is also being retained, as well as a surveillance data sharing plan. So again, this is a build upon of what is already in the mayor's executive order with the different technologies that was laid out online, that she put online, saying what these different technologies that the department is using. On the other sections, we just have, again, more cleanup. A lot of city entities capitalize that because that was capitalized in the definition. Under section 4, under pre-existing use plans that they would have to come in front of the board, again, we just put stronger language in there that said the Board of Aldermen must convene a committee hearing meeting so that those use plans can be reviewed from the Board of Aldermen and Public Safety. So again, not trying to stop any technology or not trying to hold up the process. So we want to make sure we put stronger language in there. And then I think one of the biggest changes in the spirit of trying to compromise and concerns from committee members is we removed Section 9. I know there was a lot of questions about conflicts of contracts and what happens if there's a contract and we would be holding it up or we vote to not approve it. We removed that section because, again, we're not trying to hinder, but I think the biggest thing is the oversight component. How do the community know what technology is being used, how it's being used? Just have input on that like we do, honestly, every other piece of legislation, as well as Section 10, which talks about public-private contracts as well. That section just really mainly talked about that any contract that is being used, they cannot, a private contract cannot make money off of it, but again, we struck that out. I know a lot of people had concerns that we were trying to say that a private citizen couldn't tie in their Ring cameras to the department if they wanted to, but we wanted to just ensure that we cleaned that up, which moved all the other sections around. I do have an expert speaker here today, Mr. Chair. I don't know, like last time, if you want to go through all the people that are here, or do you want me to take questions now, or how do you want to do it?
Let's hear from your expert, and that way any questions can be directed to you and to him.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, sir, if you could state your name for the record.
Adolphus Pruitt, President, St. Louis City NAACP.
All right, and if you could raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is true to the best of your ability?
Of course.
All right, please proceed, sir.
Just for the purpose, because, sometimes when people hear the NAACP and we're talking about law enforcement and things like that, they go in a different direction. But let's be clear. I've been president for going on 14 years now. I have known and worked directly with every chief of police since Dan Isom, every director of public safety since Richard Gray, every prosecutor, every U.S. attorney over the past 13, 14 years, and every special agent in charge of the St. Louis office of the FBI for the past 14 years. I have a long-standing working relationship with any of those, and if you would speak with any of those, it would say that our relationship has been one that has been respectful and helpful for all of us. The reason why I want to speak on this issue more than anything, I guess my first experience with technology and the need for oversight of it was with the police department back under the Dan Isom. There was back then the city police worked part-time under special consideration with the St. Louis Housing Authority. They was patrolling the Clinton Peabody Housing Project. there was a young man aged roughly around 15 years old who was down to 16 down there to visit a friend. A police officer stopped him, questioned him, ran his credentials through the system and found out he had no priors, wasn't wanted, and looked at the young man's shirt and said, well, I stopped you and stuff. What gang are you part of because of what's on your shirt? The young man told me he wasn't affiliated with any gang. That officer then took out his personal cell phone and he took a picture of that young man. And then he proceeded to send that picture throughout the department to other officers asking, hey, is this young man, what gang is this young man a part of? And what happened was one of those officers that received the picture knew this young man's mother and contacted his mother and said, listen, they are passing your son's photo around and claiming he's a gang member. Of course, eventually got in contact with us. We called the Justice Department in, and we began the discussion and negotiation with both the police department and the housing authority. The outcome was a mediation agreement that was executed between the NAACP, the housing authority, and the Metropolitan Police Department, which basically required them to institute general orders, which did not exist, to prevent officers from using their personal cell phones to do what they did to this young man, and just how serious an issue that could have become. But because now all of a sudden this young man's picture is in all of these police officer phones as they run into different issues or different people, now they can show this picture, and all of a sudden this young man is put into the lineup unbeknownst, and people can identify him and say, misidentify him and claim he was this and that. And so we never found out how widespread this young man's picture was, but imagine if that was your son, brother, nephew, whatever you want to call it. But that probably was one of the first times that the issue of using new technology, these cell phones, had ever been challenged within the police department, and police department agreed that it was a misuse of the technology, and the Justice Department did, and we reached an agreement on it. But even more is that what we've been doing is tracking at the federal level what is happening with these emerging technologies and what is happening as relates to surveillance. And it's interesting because it was in 2019 or so that when the first president issued an executive order to try to encourage the federal government, especially law enforcement officers, to utilize this technology to help in them doing their jobs. And for some reason or other, it did not work the way it was supposed to. So Congress in 2020 actually had to step in and pass law to sort of govern how this technology, surveillance technology, is used not only in government throughout, but through law enforcement throughout. And one of the issues they were looking at is training policies and the civil liberties and how that was being impacted. Right after that, they had another executive order, because even though there was legislation, federal legislation, that dictate how law enforcement was using these tools, they still was misusing them. And subsequently, just more recently, back in September of last year and December of last year, the GAO, the Governmental Accountability Office, had to step in and take a look at law enforcement and how they was using these tools. And some unique stuff came out of there that we have also been tracking. One is that the best example I can give is what they found was that law enforcement was using facial recognition technology. And it was buying it, in most cases, from private contractors, and it was using it at will. They got some point was like 60,000 utilizations of it within those departments. And what they found through this GAO report was two things that jumped out at us more than anything else. One was that all of the departments have failed to provide the proper training and the staff needed to use those tools in the right and proper way. And number two was that there was 30% of the time they used this facial recognition, they were getting false positives. It wasn't working. It was failing to such a degree that ATF, DEA, the Secret Service, the immigration enforcement agencies, they quit using the technology until they could get a better hold on it. But none of that would have happened without oversight from the Government Accountability Office. And then there was one other thing that jumped out that I think every African American female between 18 and 30 should be aware of, is that 90% of the false positives occur when these agencies use it. The demographic was African American females between ages of 18 and 30. African American females between ages of 18 and 30. False positives. False positives. What they wrote was, because the bill also, Congress also mandated that they set up this center of excellence in technology and surveillance, because they had to have some sort of tools in there for oversight. And they wrote this, and I'll be short. It says, given the rapid growth in capabilities and widespread adoption of AI, the federal government must manage its use of AI in a responsible way to minimize risk, achieve intended outcomes, and avoid unintended consequences. It says federal agencies' efforts to implement AI have been guided by federal law, executive actions, and federal guidance. And then they go on and on. The best way I can sum up our concern about not having any oversight as relates to the surveillance, any sort of technology that comes to the department, is what I want you to do is imagine a giant sifter, and you take and scoop up people and put it in it and shake it. And all the law-abiding people just fall out to the ground. And the few that are left in there are the folks they was targeting. Why should the vast majority of people be put through that process, simply reach a very few small sum of people you're targeting? And that's what was happening all over the city at one point in time with hotspot policing. They were sitting, just carting off certain neighborhoods. And anybody who drove through that neighborhood, they stopped you. In some cases, they search you, they search your car, they run you, and if there was no warrants, they send you about your way. And that was everybody. Everybody who came to that particular spot, whether you were just driving past to get to another neighborhood, or whether you're going to visit somebody in the neighborhood. And it wasn't right. It wasn't right. Now, the bottom line for us is that if the federal government feels the need to create legislation in spite of executive orders from the president, they feel the need to create legislation and create entities up under that legislation and provide oversight to ensure that every law enforcement agency who utilize technology and surveillance on the people, or the citizens, that there was stringent oversight to, one, make sure it was used right, two, and at minimum, to look for unintended consequences, and three, let's be clear, at the speed this technology is transforming, what you give approval today for law enforcement to use could easily change and be expanded tomorrow. And without any oversight, something you approved to be used at a limited basis has now been expanded and being utilized by the department for a broader basis without any checks and balances. So all we say is that, hey, if the federal government feels the need to provide this type of oversight for this sort of technology, and to protect the citizens of the U.S. and have that oversight over federal law enforcement, I do not understand why it's so hard to believe and feel that at the local level that we should not have the same sort of, expect the same sort of oversight and legislation be in place by local elected officials whom have governance of our police departments. I don't see the need, I don't see any rationale why it's so. I appreciate your time, and if anybody has any questions, I'd be glad to happen. And those GAO reports, anybody can pull them, but they're long-standing, they're there, and the issues are real. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Pruitt? Go ahead.
Alderwoman from the 7th was first.
First of all, Mr. Pruitt, thank you for coming before us today. I did see your letter that you sent. I enjoyed it, and just being someone who is younger and is aware of a lot of your work that has spanned over the course of decades, I want to make sure that I give you your flowers and thank you for everything you've done to, continue to fight for equity and for accountability and justice and staying in there. I guess I would just love to talk a little bit more about, you mentioned the facial recognition and how it ended up false positively and targeting particularly Black women, 18 to 30. I would love for you to just, talk a little bit more, especially because the bill that we have in front of us, we're obviously talking about democratic oversight for these things. And I think that's, as a Black woman who's 28, that really caught my attention, reasons why I think this bill is important. So I would just love for you to talk a little bit more about like that or any other instances, since I do think this bill has a lot to do, it has the ability to capture a lot of racial inequity and injustices before it happens.
Yeah, I think, there's a lot of research and there's been a lot of discussion about, especially when we talk about facial recognition. One of the biggest problems with it is that the people who write those programs don't look like me and you. And so it does not capture the essence. And some people say there's not enough images of African Americans in that database that is searched and sort of does this self-learning and things of that nature. Again, up until that Government Accountability Office started looking at how this stuff was being used, the fact that all those false positives exist and the agencies kept using it, it didn't come up. They just kept going with it. It was there. And then once the GAO got involved and was able to expose, and they had to go into their inventory. They had to report out. And they had to report out and say, we've used it this many times. This has been our false positives. And here's what that demographic looked like. Until they were forced to do all of that. Only then did they step back. And when the agency that guards the president, when the agency responsible for weapons, governance of weapons, ATF, when the agency that's responsible for drug enforcement, the DEA, when the agency that's responsible for immigration, when they stop using something until they can get a better handle on it, it means something. But that stopgap did not happen until the oversight kicked in. And that's when they discovered that, hey, if you're a Black female, 18 and 30, and they're using facial recognition, you may be more at risk than anybody else.
Thank you. And to the other segment of our community that exists, St. Louis has a very large international immigrant community. I have the honor of representing many of them. Could you talk a little bit about like the immigration offices and how like the risk that some of our international community could be at if certain things are not caught and properly vetted?
Same situation with everybody else. I didn't dig I'll be honest, we didn't dig as much into why they were having the issues, why the immigration decided not to use it. The reporters there, I just didn't dig that much into it, to be honest about it. But in most cases, people of color are people of color. And so whether it's a African-American woman between 18 and 30 or someone else, a person of color, whether it be from the West Indies or from Central America or wherever, I think they were just being subject to the same thing and had the same consequences.
Another question I have, you mentioned working with all of those different previous public safety operating officials for the city, whether it was public safety directors or police chiefs. Do you think that all of them would have been opposed to this bill as well?
Not, prior to local control, the decision would have been probably something from the Board of Police Commissioners, who most of them I knew up until it went away. And so, no, I don't think the Board of Police Commissioners would have been opposed to, because they would have been providing that sort of oversight. But they definitely would not have allowed the department to just run out and use it and not provide some sort of oversight. I mean, city government's interesting. I've worked with every mayor since Vince Shamel, every president board of aldermen since way before this time Zish. When I first met him, Greg Daly, believe it or not, was his chief of staff. And so I'm going back some years, every comptroller since John Bass, and I've known them all and have worked with them all. So I understand city government and I understand politics, but let's just be clear. There are bills that we would love to see passed that don't come up, and there's some that come up and get passed we don't like. But that's what the democratic process is, so we don't have a problem with it.
Right, but we do have to have a democratic process so that that can happen. With that, I thank you for answering my questions and coming before us today.
All right. Thank you for that. Now we'll go to President Green.
Thank you, Mr. Pruitt, for being here today. You have a wealth of knowledge that predates me in a lot of ways. And so I have a couple of questions. When I wasn't here when we did the whole fight for local control. It was a few years before I got elected to office. But my understanding was that one of the reasons we wanted local control was so that we could actually provide some oversight of police. Could you talk a little bit to kind of that battle for local control and what we thought local control might make possible in terms of maybe improving police community relationships?
Yeah, no doubts about it. We had always thought and felt that if we were going to be governed by a legislative body, which is the Board of Aldermen, that body, we should be able to rely on that body to govern every division, every aspect of city government that us as citizens have to rely on. We expect you to make sure that they pick up the trash. We expect you to make sure that our streets are paved. We expect you to make sure that we have a lot of things. But we also was expected that if the Board of Aldermen, we got local control, and the Board of Aldermen and the ENA and all other folks had the opportunity to have some sort of governance direction of our police department, that one, it would lead to stronger community and police relations, because bottom line is if our alderman has some say and direction over how police are operating and how they administer their jobs, and you have strength and reliance and faith in the person you elect as your alderman, where in an extension, that, well, we can trust, that my alderman is on top of this, just as we expect the alderman to be on top of everything else. And that was that more than anything. And then two was, of course, was the budgetary concern, that, hey, if we're gonna give them the money, we should definitely have some say on how it's spent.
Yeah.
And the board, up until local control, we technically did not.
Correct. Since we got local control, how would you were around, let me rephrase this, you were around when we were going through the first civilian oversight board, right? And we were trying to get that right after Ferguson. This was right back in, I think, 2015. We took the vote on that, and you were around for that, right?
Yeah.
You remember that? Do you remember the committee hearing we had over that got a little rambunctious?
Yeah, my friend is former chair of the St. Louis Police Officers Association, and some of those things that happened in this room, as a matter of fact. Yeah, I thank God I didn't have to get that directly involved. I remember it all.
Was your take from that the police were in support of having?
Absolutely, of course not.
Have you?
They're not in favor of that. And I'll be more frank. We have a very good working relationship with Chief Tracy. I would make that publicly, and he would say he and I have a very good lines of communication. And I did know that he stated that he thought this bill would cause some problems for the department and him going forward. I don't believe that deep down he feels that way. I believe that politically he has to take that position at this point in time.
Yeah, because we've never, I mean, my 10 years down here, I've never really seen the police come out in favor and say, yay, please give us oversight, please regulate us more. I've never seen that. I did see a riot break out in this room by Mr. Jeff Rorda when we were trying to provide oversight. And I think that context is important to these conversations, because sometimes they get into, trying to put people in boxes of being pro-police or anti-police rather than thinking of it through the lens of being pro-accountability. And I know you've been around here for a long time fighting to make sure that we have an accountable, transparent police department. But I don't think in any way you would ever consider yourself anti-police because you believe in oversight.
No, I wouldn't be anti. My estranged father was a member of the St. Louis Police Department back in the early 60s. My brother-in-law, Colonel Atkins Warren, rose to the top in the St. Louis Police Department, and at one point in time was in line to be the next chief, and it didn't happen. He left and became the first black police chief of Gainesville, Florida. So no, I'm not anti-police, but I am pro-professional policing and responsible policing, but I'm not anti-police by any means. But again, the technology and the things we're talking about is going to have more impact on the lives of people worldwide than any single thing that exists in the world today. AI is going to have more influence and impact on the lives of human beings than anything man has ever created. And to have something that's going to have that sort of power and that sort of impact and not have some sort of oversight by a legislative body who's looking out for the citizens it represents makes no good sense. It is, for lack of a better term, ignorant. It is putting your head in the sand. If you don't believe what the impact the AI is going to have going forward, the inventor of AI says he's afraid. And if he knew and saw how it is emerging now, he wouldn't have turned it loose. AI is COVID, but elect digitally. And you have to have oversight. We got to have it. And especially we have to have it if we're gonna give people unfettered ability to intervene and look into your lives. It just doesn't make any sense not to have oversight.
Thank you. No more questions from me.
And Alderwoman Velasquez has an additional question.
Sonia.
Excuse me, Alderwoman Sonia. I'm looking right at you and I said her name. I apologize to both of you.
It's okay. Alderwoman Velasquez set up. I'm like, go ahead. Your answers to some of her questions just gave me some additional questions. One of the things that has been said by the mayor's office is that this Board Bill 85 will impede police officers' ability to do their jobs. Can you talk about how you see, like, do you think that Board Bill 185 will impede police officers to doing their jobs? And just from my context, I think sometimes people say that accountability and oversight are handcuffs on police officers. So I would just love your expertise, especially with all of your experience of working with this. What is your response to that?
The simplest one is that when a police officer uses his gun, and especially if he uses it and take a life, in most cases, he's pulled off duty. There's a force investigative unit that provides oversight and does a autopsy, for lack of a better term, or everything that happened around his utilization of that weapon and whether it was done in compliance with their general orders.
That wouldn't be oversight. I'm joking.
Why not? And if having to go through that scrutiny, if that hasn't impeded or prevented an officer from pulling out his gun and using it, why would oversight of technology that they want to use be such a detriment? There's no comparison. It just doesn't. There's no way that having you review something and approve it before you put it on me shouldn't pose any greater problem than the FDA as it relates to food, than the Food and Drug Administration as it relates to medicine and vaccine, as the EPA as when it comes to environment. It shouldn't have, all of those things have some sort of oversight and review, extensive review, before it's allowed to be pushed on the human population. Well, I'm saying that AI is as equivalent and more detrimental if utilized improperly and if not monitored the way it needs to be. It's the same thing. I have no reason to believe that the police will not be able to do their job simply because some technology they want to use comes before the Board of Aldermen, and the Board of Aldermen has the right to review it, approve it, and at the same time demand that there are some stringent reviews and assessment of how it's being used, who is impacted, and ensure that there are no unintended consequences for the utilization of it. Why would anybody, what are they afraid of? What is the fear of having to say, we used it wrong? What's the fear? I don't understand.
Thank you. My last question. You talked about local control and that you were here under it and when we didn't necessarily have local control. That's really, I think that's really important to all of us, honestly. I think all of us alders agree on that point. I wanted to ask you, so, the state legislator comes after local control every single year. From your perspective, could you talk about what could happen if we were to put these technologies in place, not have a bill like this, a board bill like 185 that outlines it, and the police department were to come back under the state, just a little bit about like what that could look like, even the fact that state policy trumps our policy. So I would just love to hear I hear a lot of narratives that talk about it puts us at risk for local control, but I would love to talk about the ways that this bill kind of helps serve as a protection from forces that are not local that want to have influences over us.
Let me just say this. It is interesting how up until Chief Hayden and a little bit after that all of a sudden, we had a rash of officers, bad officers, were caught, went through the process, and fired from the police department. They existed all the time. But it took a chief who had spent years over internal affairs and local control to say, hey, we need to get rid of these bad officers. And it happened. And none of them, and nobody's come back and say that all those officers were innocent, that the department got it wrong. A bunch of them. We didn't have, they didn't just pop up at the local control. It was local control that created the tools and the oversight from the city leaders to be able to have the chief and ensure that the chief would dig through the department and treat those things the same way as they would regular citizens. But a rash of them. If you go back and look, it was for a minute there, I think every year we had 2 or 3 police officers in front of the federal agencies and stuff like that. A rash of them, they always existed. They always existed. And it didn't happen until we had local control.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think that's all the questions that the committee had. Alderman Aldridge, please proceed.
All right. One, I just want to thank Mr. Pruitt for coming today and giving a historic kind of context of why oversight is important. And one thing that I forgot to mention in my opening is some of the changes that you see, which I know this was sent out to the full board of aldermen in the timing that our rules, we have to send out a committee sub, so all members were able to see ahead of time. Was sent in that time, and these changes that are in this, a large amount of them outside of input from the committee from a week from now, is in this, as well as what the city councilor had made recommendations to do. That's why we took out section 9 and section 10. I will just leave it at that, either take any questions or hear from the community, because I know we have quite a few online and in person.
At this point, I think we should probably get the community input, and then we'll get back to you, Alderman. Madam Clerk, if you could please call the first person who's signed up to speak.
We have Tammy Bufford.
All right, Ms. Bufford, do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is true to the best of your ability?
Yes.
All right, you have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Tammy Bufford. I'm a resident of the 3rd Ward and an organizer with Action St. Louis and working with the DRT campaign. I'm here today in support of Board Bill 185. SLMPD and city departments use surveillance technology in our neighborhoods right now, but there's little to no public information about what they have, how they're using it, and who has access to that information. Board Bill 185 will require SLMPD and city departments to tell the public about and get permission for any technology that they're using through the public hearing process through the Board of Aldermen. It gives the community a say in what technology is used, how it's going to be used, and how it's going to be used, and because the Board of Aldermen cannot approve this process until the public has a chance to hear about it and share their concerns or their support. Surveillance technology can be racist because it's poorly designed or implemented without proper guardrails. Board Bill 185 requires the police and city departments to avoid racial discrimination in their use, surveillance use packages, and telling us exactly how they are planning to combat that. SLMPD doesn't tell the public what technology they're using, what crimes they're investigating and using that technology for, or how often it actually solves the crimes. Board Bill 185 will have them answer specific questions about the technology in an annual report and how the technology and how much money they're spending on that technology. The transparency and oversight mechanism provided in Board Bill 185 is critical to building trust with residents of the city of St. Louis. The police chief says he welcomes input from the community, but he gave his statement at the last hearing and then left before he could hear from the community. But in his spare time, he reached out to members of the board in order to sway them to vote against this bill. So I say, why are you hiding? Why can't we have oversight surveillance on this? The Board Bill 185 was introduced before, and even the Mayor Tashar Jones had support for this bill. Back in May 2021, as I quote from her, "We deserve to have technology regulated and accountable to the people who are being recorded. This isn't just about acceptable technology, this is about racial equity and ensuring our Black and brown people can walk in their neighborhoods without being recorded or mistaken for someone else." 9 current members of the Board of Aldermen, including...
All right, that is your time. Thank you.
Okay. Let me just finish this.
Sure.
Like I said, 9 members of the board before they were elected said that they support this bill, and so we urge you to keep your commitments to the community and support this bill.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, the next individual.
Next, we have Rachel Hurtado.
All right, do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is true to the best of your ability?
Yes.
All right, 3 minutes, please proceed.
My name is Rachel Hurtado. I live in Ward 7, and I feel the need to, again, correct the misinformation surrounding this legislation. There's absolutely no evidence that passing a CCOPS bill would increase crime. This bill does not take money away from the police department, nor does it take power away from the police department. This bill only creates a pathway for SLMPD to publicly share data about how, when, and where they're using surveillance technology and how much they spend on it. As taxpayers and residents in the neighborhoods that they surveil, this information is our right to know, and we are entitled to access it without barriers, secrecy, and red tape. It's not unusual and it is not radical to require the police department to publicly share their budget and use plans for existing and new technology. Again, this bill does not take funds or limit the power and ability of. It gives the community one opportunity, one public hearing, to voice our concerns, questions, and opinions about each kind of technology that is used to police and surveil our neighborhoods. Currently, there's no mechanism, no pathway, or space for us to do that. We do not consent to the unchecked surveillance of our neighborhoods, especially since the data does show that these technologies are not objective. They are racialized and contribute to the criminalization of poor, working class, Black and brown St. Louisans. What happened at the first hearing for Board Bill 185 is the perfect example of why oversight is crucial for SLMP. Last Thursday, Chief Tracy made the time to come testify against this bill and claimed that if the community wants information about surveillance technology, he would just share it. and doesn't need legislation to enforce his department to do so. He then left immediately after speaking and did not stay in the room to hear the legitimate questions and support for the bill shared by 22 community members, including statistical evidence disproving his argument that the bill would increase crime and make their jobs harder. Chief Tracy has, however, made the time to make personal calls to elected officials to sway them against this bill. Schedule excuses aside, he had the opportunity to make good on his claim of community accountability last week in this room, and he chose not to. And if the police chief cannot stay in the room to hear a single testimony from his residents, how can we trust SLMPD to be transparent as all? There's no trust, which is exactly why we need meaningful oversight codified in St. Louis. There's been support and coalitional work to pass this bill in St. Louis for over 5 years. There are over 50 organizations backing support for surveillance oversight of SLMPD via this bill. Last week, between spoken and written testimony, almost 50 people voiced our overwhelming support for this bill. Failure to pass it out of committee today would be a slap in the face to the residents of this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Came in right at 3 minutes. All right, Madam Clerk, the next individual.
Next, we have Inez Bordeaux.
I'm so glad y'all moved the mic down here, like, how to adjusting.
All right, Ms. Bordeaux, do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is true to the best of your ability?
Yes, I do.
All right, 3 minutes, please proceed.
My name is Inez Bordeaux. I use she, her pronouns. I'm the Deputy Director of Community Collaborations at Arch City Defenders. I'm also the committee woman of the 3rd Ward. The demand for community oversight of surveillance has been an unwavering drumbeat for years. Whether it was spy planes, shot spotter, drones, police body cameras, the demand for oversight has been there. So I don't understand what the problem is. Board Bill 185 doesn't prevent the police from using surveillance, it gives the community a voice. Not voting to advance Board Bill 185, what you are saying is that the community voice doesn't matter, that we don't get a say. And where is the community opposition? Like legit, where is it? I was here, 22 people testified in support of this bill. The only one person that was in opposition doesn't even live here. There was one written testimony in opposition and 20 in support of. So where is the opposition other than SLMPD and the mayor? Of course, SLMPD is in opposition. This is the same police department that has been secretly surveilling Black and brown communities for years. Of course they are in opposition, but you are not accountable to the police chief. The police chief who didn't have time to listen to the community testify in support of Board Bill 185, but had time to call around to alders to strip support from this bill. And he should have to register as a lobbyist at this point. And you're certainly not accountable to the mayor, whose policies are giving the biggest one-term mayor energy I have ever seen. You are accountable to us, the people in this room and the communities that we organize for. There's at least 60 organizations, St. Louis area organizations, that are in support of this bill. How do you vote against that kind of community? And the better question is, why would you? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bordeaux. Madam Clerk, the next individual.
Next, we have Maya Lee.
All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is true to the best of your ability?
Yes, I do.
All right. 3 minutes. Please proceed.
My name is Maya Lee, and I work here in the city in the 9th Ward. I'm a community organizer with Freedom Community Center. We are a Black-led nonprofit focused on abolition and liberation work here in St. Louis. FCC was founded to dismantle systems of oppression that inflict harm and trauma on the Black communities in St. Louis, particularly the police and criminal punishment system. We ground ourselves in the knowledge that Black survivors of St. Louis have the solution to the question, what will keep us safe? From building relationships with people impacted by state violence through acts of overpolicing and resulting incarceration, we are certain that unregulated police surveillance is not the answer to public safety. Today, I am here to amplify the voices of the directly impacted community. This is a necessary act considering the public was not even informed of the opportunity to provide testimony today. This is also necessary considering the police chief did not stay to listen to the voice of the community during our previous opportunity for testimony. If he had stayed, he would have learned that there is no existing public trust of the police as he claimed. Instead, he chose to call alders off the record to sway their vote on Board Bill 184. It is clear we cannot trust a police department that is operating behind closed doors to do anything they can to prevent oversight of their surveillance practices. This type of shady behavior raises the question, what exactly are they hiding from the public? We urge the alders to listen to the community and not to cave to the pressure applied by SLMPD. The community continues to advocate for oversight of the police surveillance tech, and with good reason. St. Louis police kill the most people per capita of any city in the United States. SLMPD targets the Black community and fills the city justice center with predominantly Black men. Considering the abhorrent conditions of the city jail, this can easily be a death sentence. The community deserves to know how the police are surveilling us. We have a right to feel safe. We have a right to oversight. We ask you to vote in support of the community and vote in support of Board Bill 180. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, the next individual.
Next, we have Ms. Annie Rice.
Hey, Annie.
Hi,
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is true to the best of your ability?
I do.
All right. 3 minutes, please proceed.
Thank you so much, and it is very odd to be on this end of the table, but glad to be back here and talking with you all. Thank you so much, first of all, for bringing this bill, having this important conversation, bringing the opportunity for the public to speak again on this issue. So much work has gone into this bill in various iterations over at least 5 years, if not more. And I wish that we could fill the room with the amount of people who have participated in this process to this point, because I think we would overflow this space. And I especially want to thank this Board of Aldermen, the President's Office, Alderman Aldridge, Alderwoman Velasquez, Alderman Ryan, yourself, Alderman Cone, Alderman Sonier, for participating or bringing the community in as we wrote and rewrote and looked at ways that we could make this bill better. And your participation has made this bill into this form that is probably the best form it's been. And as a previous sponsor of the bill, I'm saying this bill is better than even what I brought to you. And I'm really grateful that we're at this point. So thank you all for your work in getting us here. This is a process of legislative oversight that works. We've seen it work in other cities, and we've done more work in this community and at this board to make this bill and this process work for our city and our community. Local control means that you have an important role to play in police budgets and procedures, and this bill will give us never before seen insight into their operations and budget. There's so many instances demonstrating how just trusting the city to disclose what they have and how they're using it isn't enough. They haven't met those obligations in recent years. We've seen one report out of a required year that the previous administration and this mayoral administration have failed to provide to the city.
Point of order. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Alderman.
The speaker, is she here on behalf of an organization? Can she be sworn in? Is she here to lobby the board?
She was sworn in.
Oh, okay. If so, I'm concerned that there's Prop D restrictions here from any former member of the Board of Aldermen within the 5-year sunset period here to lobby Board of Aldermen members.
Ms. Rice, are you here in your individual capacity?
I work at our City Defenders. I am a part of multiple community coalitions that have been engaged in this process of the work. So I was invited to be. So I don't know. I don't believe that under the Missouri statutes that falls under lobbying. But that's a legal conversation that I'm not prepared at this time to answer.
All right. How would you like to proceed?
I'd love to finish my testimony if that's okay.
You have 1 minute and 3 seconds remaining on your time.
Great.
Alderman Oldenburg, your point is well taken, but I am not quite sure how to proceed if Ms. Rice has opened herself up to any liability there. I think that she's already done so. So I feel comfortable letting her proceed with the next minute or so.
Okay.
And then,
thank you.
Absolutely. Alderwoman Sonia, you had a point of order?
It's okay.
All right. You have 1 minute and 3 seconds. Ms. Rice, please.
All right, I'll speak fast here. Also, a current resident of Ward 8. So if we want to get specific on that too. So I am glad that the police department has published some of their policies recently, but they don't include all of their technology, as was pointed out by my colleague Will last week. Every community organization that we've talked to about this bill has said, yes, this matters to us and we want this process. Even folks who want us to use more police technology and upgrade our technology want this bill. Technology is a tool, it is not the end all, and it often outpaces the law. It certainly outpaces constitutional protections, and the risks under any administration that isn't interested in protecting our people are real, especially as more authoritarian people get elected. You might not be worried about what unchecked surveillance can do to harm you now, but it is long past time that we at least get this process in place to know and consent to what is being used in our public spaces. And we don't want to wait until another extrajudicial death or repression of protest happens to get this started. Real public safety includes the people. I'll wrap up if you don't mind,
Sure.
Mr. Chairman. It includes the people. This is a trust-building exercise with the public and the money being used and how they're being surveilled and protected. We can do this. This matters. Having people involved in technology makes the technology better, makes our public safety better. So thank you so much. Please vote yes on Board Bill 185.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, would it be appropriate for me to inquire of our last person who testified? May I ask her some questions?
We typically don't do that. You are the president, so I'll defer to you on this.
I would appreciate the ability, you don't mind, just
Please
given,
proceed.
Given her longstanding work on this issue in particular. Thank you for coming. Can you just, we have a few new members on this committee.
Oh, and just to jump in real quick, we'll just say you're still under oath.
Yeah. Okay, you're still under oath. So I know we have a number of kind of new members here. Can you talk me through just a little bit of how you initially got involved with this bill years ago?
Sure. Before I was an alderman, there was conversation in the neighborhood that I lived in the Shaw neighborhood, about video surveillance, and about whether or not it was important in our neighborhood to have that, whether that should be city funded, who was going to control all of that. And this was after the death of Vonderette Myers in 2014. And there was a lot of community conversation and lots of people in support of cameras and lots of people opposed. But through that conversation, it really brought out that we need to know, who has the technology, what they're pointing it at, and who's being watched. Because we had the death of someone in our neighborhood, and we also had protests that came afterwards. And people really wanted to know, like, what is going on and what is this money going to get spent on? And so when I joined the Board of Aldermen, Alderman Terry Kennedy, I got to serve with him for a little bit. And he was engaged in this process of hey, we've rolled out this massive new program with the Real-Time Crime Center, and we don't have any policies and procedures that have been published around this. And so he was working really hard to try to just get published policies and procedures. And that was 6 years ago, right? And we've just now seen some published policies and procedures. And then Alderman John Collins Muhammad sponsored a bill and was I believe that there was significant police intimidation into his attempts to get this bill passed, and so he was unsuccessful. And then I picked it up as the next person up to try to get this thing done. So we've had I sponsored a bill twice. The last time, I think there were 14 co-sponsors on the bill, and we were close. We just couldn't get the bill through the Public Safety Committee. And yeah, that's how I got involved.
What, in your experience with the bill, was the police in support of it? Was any police chief ever in support of this?
So no police chief was ever in support of it. We did have the support of the Public Safety Department initially under Mayor Tashara Jones. When she first took office, we had a letter from the Department of Public Safety saying that they support the bill. And that wasn't enough at the time, I think, because people weren't super excited about trusting this administration that their word was somehow different than the previous administration's police department word. It was a very strange time for that Department of Public Safety opinion to not be enough to say, hey, we want to be a part of this process. We think that this is important.
Yeah, and I remember former Officer Heather Taylor was really involved in that, and unfortunately, she no longer works with the administration.
And I did have conversations with, there was a former lieutenant at the Real Time Crime Center who was vocal about there needing to be policies and procedures in place, and just saying that oversight was important and that building trust was really important.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, and I just, to add a little bit more context, because I think, what year did you come into office? Was it 2018. So 2016 was the year that the board bill passed to authorize the Real-Time Crime Center, except the way that it was sold to the Board of Aldermen was the Real-Time Traffic Center. And so that board bill, if you actually go back and look at it, it talks about these cameras being used for traffic enforcement and for traffic calming, and not in the ways that we're seeing them today, which I think was also some of the precipitating reasons that former Alderman Kennedy was realizing that we needed some transparency around what was happening if we're authorizing one thing and then a different thing is coming. In your experience working on this bill, and as somebody who, albeit represented one of the more progressive wards in this city, what has been your experience at neighborhood associations, community meetings, when you have talked about this issue over the years?
Yeah, I think that even people who are pro surveillance technology understand that this is a process, that this is not a blanket yes or no. And we had conversations about whether we should blanket no to facial recognition technology or to artificial intelligence, that there were significant enough problems that maybe the Board of Aldermen should just say, no, you cannot have this technology. And like Mr. Pruitt talked about today, but even people who disagreed with me, who didn't vote for me, who had a different perspective on policing than I did, understood that this transparency process, that this oversight process was a good one, that they wanted to know where their tax dollars were being spent. They wanted to know what cameras were pointing at them. And there's a whole lot of information that's out there that the regular public doesn't have access to, that we all as aldermen had, because we could have different conversations with department, but not everybody gets to have those. And so it's an unfair balance of information unless it comes through a body like this. So there was no one who was so vehemently against this as a process that didn't understand that this was a net good for the city of St. Louis.
Right. All right. Well, thank you for indulging me for a few moments in a trip down memory lane. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't have to ask if the Alderwoman would yield. It was just Annie. Madam Clerk, will you please call the...
Next, we have Sage Coram.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give is true to the best of your ability?
Yes.
All right, 3 minutes, please proceed.
Hello, my name is Sage Coram. I'm the Legislative Associate with the ACLU of Missouri, and I am here to reaffirm our support of Board Bill 185 and urge this committee to advance the bill and make community control over police surveillance, CCOPS, a reality in St. Louis. At last week's hearing on Board Bill 185, we heard overwhelming public support for transparency, oversight, and real community input in determining which surveillance technologies can be used and how. The oppositional voices to Board Bill 185 we heard last week in this room came from the police chief and an individual that doesn't live in St. Louis. In contrast, we heard organizations and community members speak to the numerous risks of maintaining the status quo for surveillance technologies and a call for the realization of CCOPS. We heard the need for a lasting, robust, democratically governed process for reviewing technologies and why an executive order that can be overturned with the change in administration is deeply insufficient. We heard expert testimony that debunked false and anecdotal opinions that have been lifted as valid responses to oppose CCOPS efforts. Efforts that have been implemented and tested in 23 cities across the country. The opposition to Board Bill 185 stands in stark contrast to the voices of your constituents and their expressed support. We know fostering meaningful community engagement on surveillance technologies extends beyond budgetary transparency and reporting. We know that without intentional and discrete use plans, surveillance technologies hold significant and disproportionate to the civil rights and civil liberties of communities of color, low-income communities, and politically active communities. We know the people of St. Louis deserve to know which technologies are used within their communities and have their voices heard on if and how this should continue. Many of you on this committee and those currently serving on the Board of Aldermen know this as well. Because as candidates during the most recent election cycle, you returned an ACLU of Missouri questionnaire saying that you would support CCOPS if elected. Now is the time to make this real. I ask you to reaffirm your campaign promise, listen to the overwhelming support of this bill from your constituents, and advance real community control over police surveillance. Pass Board Bill 185.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Damon Starks.
All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is true to the best of your ability?
I do.
All right. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
All right. Hello, my name is Damon Starks. I am with Action St. Louis. I am a resident of the 11th Ward. I'm going to keep this short. I am supporting Board Bill 185 in the surveillance oversight. We need to ask ourselves a question. First and foremost, why is it so important to have an oversight surveillance board and a committee? You had the police chief here last week when the community spoke on why they needed it, and he walked out. That's an indicator. That should be an indicator. If somebody wants something, and if you have a community asking for something and opposing it at the same time and saying this is what we need, and you walk out, that lets me know something is wrong. And he's here to represent our community? I don't think so. We have to also understand this. With that, if we do not support this bill, if this bill do not pass, it would drive a deeper wedge between the police and the community, which is not needed. A deeper wedge will also increase racial tension and also community just not trusting the police. Let's do something right. Let's pass this bill and let's get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam
Next, we have Keith Rose.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is true to the best of your ability?
Yes, I do so affirm.
All right. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Good evening. So my name is Keith Rose. I live in the 6th Ward. As all of you know, I've been really involved in this issue for years. And one of the things I've really been hearing over the last few weeks is how this has become a conversation about if we do or do not trust the SLMPD. And I know tonight we've also heard some people talking about how the SLMPD and some of the people in it have not earned the trust of our community. But I would like to set all of that aside and talk a little bit more about what happens with surveillance data. So this is not an issue of will the SLMPD be gathering information about where St. Louisans are going and what they're doing and whom they're doing it with and retaining that data for years. This is also an issue about what happens when their state and federal partners have access to that data. As we're moving toward a time where another Trump administration is very likely, and in future years, we're talking about more people with Trump fascist mindsets being in control of the federal government. As we look at the horrible things coming out of Jefferson City, some of the witch hunts that they've engaged in against people who are transgender, against people who want abortion access, it's important to remember that the networks that we're building and that are being maintained by the SLMPD will still be plugged into those federal and state systems. And we have to protect our citizens from those bad actors who would abuse that data. As the people who control the cameras aiming at the bridges between the state of Missouri and the state of Illinois, where people are coming from across the South, across the Midwest to go engage in abortion access, getting transgender care in Southern Illinois, we have to understand that we are creating a database of people who are violating the laws of their states, even states outside of Missouri. And that data may be used to criminalize them, to hold them civilly liable. And it is important that our citizenry be able to give that kind of input and experience whenever we talk about installing new cameras, whenever we talk about the data retention policies and use plans. It is very important that we have these conversations because even if you trust the SLMPD, even if you trust Chief Tracy, even if you trust our Department of Public Safety, it's important to know that there are people whom you should not trust who will have access to that information as well. And so as we're having these conversations, I really hope you understand that there are people not in this city who also are part of this equation. And I don't want you to forget. I don't want you to forget that the Attorney General's office, I don't want you to forget that Donald Trump or Donald Trump's proteges will one day be able to gather the information, or I guess take the information that we're giving them. And please make sure that there is oversight of their use as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have some online people that were on first.
Sure.
Did you want to take those, or I can take the ones that are in the room first?
How many more do we have in the room?
We have a total right now in the room 2 that just signed up not too long ago, 3. So how the list went when they signed, I had a Tracy Stanton, I have a Kennard Williams that just signed up, Maggie Olivia.
Okay, let's do the in-person people and then we'll move on.
So this is Tracy Stanton, am I correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is true to the best of your ability?
Yes.
3 minutes, please proceed.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Tracy Stanton, and I was a resident of the 5th Ward for the last 4 years, and now I'm a resident of the 1st Ward. I just really want to know, why is it 2024 and we're still asking for transparency and accountability? Why is it 2024 and we're still asking, demanding, and pleading that we need an accountability process that allows the public to be engaged? The police have more power than anybody in this room, collectively in this world. They can literally profile someone, beat someone, free case someone, murder someone on camera, and there will still be a question about the person's identity and whole being. And you mean to tell me that there is a question about the need to provide oversight for a way that is inclusive?
This board and this city government should be running to provide an opportunity for community input. We know that there is a deep historical and racial context on how and why surveillance has been used to oppress and criminalize Black and brown people. We need oversight, we need accountability, we need transparency. The people have spoken not only in this city, but across the country. What makes SLMPD above any other departments that have adopted this process? Other than that they murder more people per capita than any other largest departments across the country. I urge you to support Board Bill 185 and join the growing movement and community control over police surveillance. By passing this ordinance, we can create a more just society where the rights and the dignity of all residents are respected and protected. We need inclusivity. The board is accountable to the people, and accountability process is checking the distance between your actions and your values. And right now, I need to know, what does this board value? This level of transparency is essential for safeguarding civil liberties while simultaneously promoting public safety. Let me tell y'all something. We don't trust the police. And a lot of people do not even trust the electoral process because we know that it has repeatedly failed us over the years. We know that people run on their values and that are in alignment with the community and are quickly detoured once the powers that be call them directly and make friends. We understand that it's uncomfortable and it takes a tremendous amount of courage to not be swayed by those faulty, unsturdy foundations or soon to crumble. And I pray with the spirit of the elders and the ancestors and all of the slaves that were patrolled and surveilled and lynched, that you look inside yourselves and see the need for transparency and accountability. And another thing, while we're talking about the time it takes for them to do their job, or this, stopping the time that it takes for them to do their job, and they can't even respond to a call in a timely manner. So I want to say that supporting Board Bill 185 will allow for a process for the community to be engaged. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Maggie Olivia.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is true to the best of your ability?
I do.
All right, 3 minutes, please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Maggie Olivia. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm here today on behalf of Action Missouri. Y'all know us and what we do, but I will say I'm also a resident of the 7th Ward. Shout out to my woman, Alicia Sonier. But y'all have already heard my concerns summed up as a resident, so I'm going to talk a little bit about my concerns as an abortion advocate with a city without a bill like Board Bill 185. State officials seeking to use individuals' personal health information against them and providers and their loved ones is not a hypothetical. This is already happening in our state right now, and it has been for years. We must take action with this opportunity in front of us to ensure that surveillance technology used in the interest of public safety in our city will not even accidentally aid in the criminalization or discrimination or harassment of abortion seekers, like Keith said, not only from the St. Louis region, but also now the hundreds of thousands of folks traveling from the South and the Midwest through our city to access abortion care in Southwest Illinois. There was an example raised last week that I want to elaborate on about a city who had passed CCOPS, and it was only when they started to go through the community oversight process of this bill that they realized that they had an existing contract with a company who also had an existing contract and a data sharing agreement with ICE. So they had been accidentally aiding in the criminalization of people who live in their city and who travel through their city. And I want to reiterate that as an example of what will happen, not could, but will happen with the data of abortion seekers traveling through our city. All it takes is one agency, one government, one organization, even one rogue person who has access to that data to wreak havoc on individuals' lives and on abortion seekers and the movement as a whole. I will also say we've already seen that. Rogue individuals, Randy Williams, the former DHS director of the state, literally tried to start his own spreadsheet, making a guess of the menstrual cycles of patients based on how many times and when they attended a Planned Parenthood in our city. It takes one rogue individual like Randy Williams to criminalize hundreds of thousands of pregnant folks with the data that they could have access, that these state agencies or protesters or rogue agents or whoever could have access to if we don't implement community control over police surveillance in 185. Vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kennard Williams.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give is true to the best of your ability?
I do.
All right, 3 minutes, please proceed.
I'm a resident of the 9th Ward. My name is Kennard Williams. I'm also the organizing manager at Action St. Louis. I've worked in the background on this bill for years, probably it's been about 8 at this point. And consistently, we see a lot of pushback from the police around this. And I do want to say that it's telling when we see the most police presence when it comes to a conversation around accountability with the police. It's telling when we hear the most excuses I've ever heard for the police's conduct around inability to drive vehicles, from the cars are too big to they're too young and they can't operate them. I just don't understand how there's this sliding goalpost of excuses when it comes to accountability for our police department. The same police department that has used chemical weapons in the streets, the same police department that has killed residents in the streets, the same police department that has beat their own officers under the pretense that they thought they were a protester, the same police department that has caused crashes to kill families, the same police department that regularly flips vehicles in this city. I do not understand why we are continually having this conversation to shield them from the accountability that the people in this city deserve. The people in this city have been long advocating for police oversight. And continually we see a police chief who is not even from here try to advocate for the opposition of a bill that gives oversight to people who are from here. What does that look like? I'm calling on the members of this committee to pass this bill because many of you have made commitments to pass this bill. Many of you, when you were running for office, made the commitment, looked in front of people's faces in the front steps of this building to pass this bill, because we need this accountability. This is what we need. What we don't need is excuses. We don't need commissions. We are tired of continually having to plead for justice. This is your chance right now to make a difference, to pass this legislation, so you're not stuck making a bunch of resolutions that don't mean anything after the fact. Because as Alderwoman Tyus said, sometimes you do get it wrong. This is your chance to get it right by passing this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speakers we have are online.
Okay.
STO. The first person I'm showing is Darian Wigfall. They didn't give me the ability to move them over. Okay. Thank you, STL. Let's start with Allison. If you could state your first and last
Can you
name
hear
for
me?
me. We can. If you could give
Yes,
your first and
Allison
last name,
Riley.
please.
Allison Riley,
Could you spell your last name? Sorry.
Reilly.
Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is true to the best of your ability?
Yes.
All right, you have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Yes, Allison Riley again, she, her pronouns. I live in the 9th Ward. I'm here as a resident. I'm not on behalf of any organization. And I do echo and agree with everything that others who have spoken in support have said already during this meeting. I just want to add in my testimony for support, a human rights lens to this bill and to community oversight. With community oversight, it is a chance for the Board of Aldermen to not only protect human rights and ensure that the community is aware of what's going on and can make sure that what the police and any other government entities using technology, whatever they're saying that this is going to accomplish, we have a chance to make sure that that is actually happening and we aren't just spending taxpayer dollars willy-nilly. We are doing what we are saying and we are hoping our government officials are accomplishing, and as well as with human rights, as previous speakers have mentioned, that there are others in our communities, specifically mentioned were transgender and gender expansive folks seeking abortion and other healthcare procedures. We want to ensure that they are not targeted for simply exercising their human rights, and community oversight and this bill is a way to do that and ensure that if these technologies are in place, that they are not only being used as they are said to be used, but they aren't going to be used in ways to target individuals for exercising their human rights, fighting for their human rights. And I believe human oversight and this bill is a way to ensure that we can do that while also protecting public safety and making sure the police can do their jobs, that the government is doing their jobs, and our communities are safe and community members can live as they choose to live. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Gabby Eisner.
All right, is that Gabby on the screen?
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, it's so dark in
There
here.
it is. It took a minute for your name to come up. All right, do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is true to the best of your ability?
I do.
All right, you have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Good afternoon or good evening now. My name is Gabby Eisner and I live in Ward 2. And I am here again today to express my support for Board Bill 185. I want to echo everything that has already been said and emphasize just how important it is for new surveillance technologies to go through the process of a public hearing so that community members and civil liberties experts and tech professionals are able to comment on any new technologies proposed. We deserve the right to approve or deny the use of any surveillance technology that will be used in our neighborhoods. Many surveillance systems are funded through federal grants, which have little oversight and are often part of public-private partnerships, and therefore bypass local budget processes and elected officials. The use of surveillance technology and data collection without any community input or control presents a significant threat that disproportionately affects immigrant communities, communities of color, low-income communities, and people seeking abortions. I believe that community members should play a meaningful role in deciding if and how surveillance technologies are funded, acquired, and used. Board Bill 185 is a step in the right direction. It is about building public trust by seeking community consent and focusing on re-envisioning public safety rather than allowing the use of surveillance technology to bloom without transparency or oversight, both of which are long overdue in St. Louis. And so I'm here today to ask the Public Safety Committee to vote yes on this bill. Thank you for your time.
Gabby, are you representing IFCLA today or yourself?
I am not. There is someone else on here who is representing IFCLA.
But last time you were representing IFCLA, is that correct?
I was
okay.
representing- yes, that is correct.
Checking. Thank you. Great
Yes,
to
thank
see you.
you.
Gabby was a former student of mine too.
All right, thank you for that. Next individual.
And next, we have Valencia Alvarez.
All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is true to the best of your ability?
I do.
All right, 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Valencia Alvarez, and I live in Ward 10. I am here on behalf of IFCLA, the Interfaith Committee on Latin America, which is located in Ward 1. I'm here today to express our support for Board Bill 185 and reiterate how surveillance impacts the community we serve and work with at IFCLA. As my colleague Gabby said last week, IFCLA works alongside a group of over 100 brown and Black asylum seekers in the area who are currently under some form of state surveillance. Most of these are mothers, fathers, grandfathers fleeing from different situations in their home country. They are surveilled through different forms of electronic monitoring tools, including ankle monitors, voice recognition technology, and a mobile app called SmartLink, which uses facial recognition software and geolocation for check-ins. These surveillance technologies are a way for police, and specifically ICE, to extend their reach into asylum seekers' homes, their family lives, and their communities. Law enforcement agencies have acquired quite an arsenal of privacy-invasive surveillance technologies, and far too often this acquisition takes place under a cloak of secrecy. So instead of continuing the status quo of allowing the police and other government agencies to make decisions about acquiring surveillance technology unilaterally and in secret, Board Bill 185 requires that such decisions be made only after providing the public with significant information about the technology and an opportunity to voice their opinions. This process allows impacted communities, like the ones we serve, who has been disproportionately targeted by surveillance, as we've seen at IFCLA, specifically the Black and brown asylum seekers we work with, to comment on any new technologies proposed. As law enforcement agencies extend their reach into homes, family lives, and communities, we need this oversight mechanism that Board Bill 185 proposes. And I urge the Public Safety Committee to vote yes on this bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Jake Lionfields.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the testimony that you're about to give is true to the best of your ability?
I do.
All right. 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Thanks. I guess I'm just wondering when someone who's opposed to this bill is going to speak up. And all I hear are dozens and dozens of people coming to you week after week after week after month after month after year, saying that they want oversight in terms of how SLMPD uses their fancy toys. And that seems pretty basic. By the way, I am in the 7th Ward. I think I'm supposed to say that. It's just, I'm a little exasperated, right? It's like the community, the people, your voters are telling you what they want and need. And, we're coming up on 10 years after Mike Brown was murdered. And we can't get oversight for how police are, using increasingly sophisticated surveillance tools in our city. I mean, that's just baffling to me. I also think that Ms. Bordeaux had a really great, term that she used. She talked about one-term energy, and I want to reiterate that. I've never seen such one-term energy, maybe not since Lyda Cruz. And I think she recognized she had one-term energy because she decided not to run for re-election. The mayor's failed to deliver on this. I mean, it doesn't seem like she's supporting it. She's failed to deliver on protecting unhoused residents, on other forms of police accountability. I don't know what she expects voters to do when it comes to her re-election. The progressive multiracial coalition that put her in office. We had expectations, and she's backtracked or taken no action on so much of that. And so that's just, kind of wild to me that we don't have a mayor who sees that the clear political incentive here is to pass and support Board Bill 185. It's just so confusing. The other thing is that the political arm of SLMPD historically, is a loser. The Police Officers Association has a horrible track record of electing their preferred candidates. So there might be fear mongering by the police chief or by someone else making calls to folks, but I don't know. I don't see an effectiveness politically in following what Chief Tracy has to say. But I guess the last thing, and the thing that just frustrates me the most, is relationships without accountability are abusive. And that's what I'm seeing here. We don't have a police department who's willing
that is your
to
time. If you
subject
could
themselves.
please just finish your thought.
I'll finish up my thought. Yeah. And so, if you want trust, or if you want to talk about improving police community relations during your reelection campaigns, then I'd advise you to pass Board Bill 185, because that's actual accountability, right? So those are just some thoughts I wanted to share. Please vote to pass this today.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jerry Connolly.
All right, we can see him. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is true to the best of your ability?
I do indeed.
All right, you have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Jerry Connolly. I'm speaking for myself as an individual. I'm a resident of the 6th Ward. I echo the call of all previous witnesses for community oversight of surveillance technology. To be effective, the oversight of rapidly evolving surveillance technologies must encompass tech operated on behalf of all local government bodies in the city of St. Louis. As written, Board Bill 185 excludes special taxing districts from the purview of the oversight regulations. I urge you to include the special taxing districts in the definition of city entity in Section 1, Item 2 of the bill. The categories of district must include special business districts, SBDs, SIDs, community improvement districts, and transportation development districts. Over the last 4 years, I've attended all or part of over 60 taxing district meetings, and will share some observations with you on how the districts operate. Back in 2019, Missouri State Auditor Galloway issued an audit of local taxing districts and found that at the time, 21 SBDs in the city had not been created in accordance with state statutes. I hope the law was followed by the SBDs that have been created since. Many taxing districts have contracts for armed security patrols with private policing contractors. I encourage everybody to read the series of articles by ProPublica's Jeremy Kohler that first ran in late 2022. Some revelations on how the private security contractors operate were disturbing. At the time of publication, over 200 SLMPD personnel were approved to work with one contractor, whose owner raised his pay rates to ensure officers choose to work shifts for him rather than taking overtime shifts for the police department. Some SLMPD personnel working for the private firms serve below personnel who are their subordinates at SLMPD. We do not know which of these taxing district contractors have access to camera feeds from Real-Time Crime Center. I am aware that entities such as the casino on the riverfront, Great Rivers Greenway, can tap into those. Who else is tapping into them? Private policing firms are developing technology that is utilized for their work in the taxing districts, whose neighborhoods are basically serving as test beds for the technology that may well be adopted and sold to the police department to use citywide. Board members of these districts are not accountable to local residents. Residents vote to set up the district, but once it is set up, meeting attendance by the general public is poor. It's very rare for more than 2 or 3 people within a district to attend those board meetings. The districts operate more like privileged clubs than local government bodies. Many districts don't comply with the Missouri
That's your
Sunshine
time.
Law.
If you could just finish up your thought, please.
Okay, yes, scores of these boards do not post their meetings and agendas on the city's website. And just last week, the St. Louis Hills SBD went into a closed session to vote on a contract, and they didn't follow the correct procedure to do that. So I urge you to add these districts to the purview of the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jackie Langham.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is true to the best of your ability?
I do.
All right, 3 minutes, please proceed.
Thank you. Alderman Narayan, I am a constituent and homeowner in your ward, the 4th Ward. I am asking you, as your constituent, to support Board Bill 185. We need you to support efforts to involve the community in decisions that directly impact our lives. As a lawyer, we need you to protect our civil rights and our civil liberties. Giving unfettered access to information about our daily activities without accountability is a slippery slope. I echo what my colleague Keith Rose said earlier. We need to worry about who will have access to this information and how it will be used in the years ahead. We need to act now to ensure we have access to information, to know what information is being collected and recorded, and an opportunity to participate in the process. We need to ensure accountability to the community as the police department moves forward and as technology changes over time. The key is accountability. I'm concerned, Alderman Narayan, that you ran on a progressive platform, yet today sit here in opposition of this bill. I'm concerned that you participate in regular meetings with the police department, but have yet to respond to a single email I sent to you about a position I asked you to take on the Board of Aldermen. How you spend your time and what you support speaks more about your representation of this community than a platform thrown up on a website. When you are up for re-election, I can assure you that your constituents will remember your prioritization to maintain the dark cloak of the St. Louis Police Department over the needs and desires of residents in the 4th Ward. I am asking you to reconsider your position and to vote in support of Board Bill 185. Thank you.
Thank you.
We had several people on who declined. They had their hands up to speak, still do. I'm trying to get them over, but they keep declining. So there was Annalise Harkins, Darian Wistfall, and Scott Camps.
All right, well, if any of those individuals wants to accept the invitation to be moved over, we'll give them a moment here. All right, do we have anyone moved over? Well, yeah, that's 3 minutes. All right, well,
See, Jake McClellan just came in. The other ones are declining.
all right. Mr. McLennan.
Sorry about that. Can you see me now?
Yes, we can.
Hello.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is true to the best of your ability?
Yes.
All right, you have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Jake McClellan. I'm a member of the 4th Ward, and I'm here as a member of DSA today to be in support of the bill. I think that oversight's always a good thing. I think that transparency helps us live in a safer and more connected community, understanding that the people who are sworn to protect us are doing so and can point to things and correctly say, like, hey, this is what's helping us. I think it's an incredibly important thing. I think that there's been other things like ShotSpotter that have been proven to not be super helpful in doing that when there isn't that a level of transparency. It ends up building distrust between police officers and the community. I think that if what we're hoping for is to build a city that has a trust and that can build on top of an understanding that we're all here to protect each other. I think the best way to do that is to be able to have open and honest conversations about how that's happening. So that's all I would like to say. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Okay, and with that, I guess we will move back to the sponsor.
All right, open for any questions.
We have one more, I'm sorry, Mr. Aldrich, that has his hand up to speak, and that is Mr. Sean Moyer.
All right. All right, we can see you. Do you have the name, Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk, do you have his name?
Sean Moyer.
Okay, but so you have it for the just for the record. All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is true to the best of your ability? All right.
I do.
You have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
All right, cool. Yeah, Sean Moyer, he, him, also a member of St. Louis DSA, but speaking actually as a resident of the 9th Ward in an SBD, which is kind of what led to me jumping into the conversation. I just wanted to note that I know that there's some alders that have said, they're not sure about whether this oversight should apply to the SBDs and to the rent-a-cop squads that they have. I live in a neighborhood where, unbeknownst to me, when I had bought my house, my funds were going to private policing. And I just wanted to make note that not everybody in those SBDs is opposed to the notion of oversight. It's my privacy as well. And, I would like a public conversation about whether a camera should be pointed at my house by my neighbor and monitoring my activities or anybody else's. So again, it's kind of same thing I said last week. The real point of all of this is so that we can have a public discourse and a public conversation about surveillance technology, about AI, about all of these things. And, we can't make those decisions in a vacuum with an unelected body that is trusting, what the technology says on the label without having a public conversation and public oversight. As Mr. Pruitt pointed out, a lot of these AIs were taught by people who look a lot like me, and they have a tendency to make false positives on folks who are Black and brown. And that leads to, erroneous arrest and lots of other things if we trust these technologies unequivocally, which is why we need that public conversation. And so, yeah, I just want to make that point that not everybody in an SBD, is in favor of no oversight for these squads of rent-a-cops. That's about it. Just chiming in with my support.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Chair Narayan, we have 3 more people who have just come in, and that is going to be.
Okay. Yeah, we'll close it there. Then.
We have Annalise Harkins, who's next.
All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is true to the best of your ability?
I do.
All right. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
I think I just want to put out there, I'm at one of my other jobs right now. I think that one, it's frustrating that these meetings happen so frequently with so little notice for public and people just to even be able to go to them. That and the meetings are always during the day. And I think that it's also just a good example of why a lot of the time trusting government, we as a community don't get that much input even into local politics that don't have anything to do with policing. We can think of that as statewide. We can think of just that as the whole government-wide. Right now, I'm at one of the organizations where we have like 25 volunteers who are collecting for the abortion rights petition, who have to take time off of their work, who have to come here and go out in public, put themselves at risk to go ask people who are potentially dangerous to them about abortion, because our state government decided without oversight, without input from community, that we wouldn't have that right. And so many abortion activists and people have advocated today and talked about how this law all is connected to that, and how these same issues are intertwined and how the data being collected can be used against people. And I think I'm proud of us as a community that we were able to show up at such late notice. And I don't believe that I have anything left to say to the Board of Aldermen other than you need to pass this. Because once again, we all showed up and we show up every time. And it seems like no matter how many times we show up, we have to sit here, wait for these 2-hour meetings, hearing people who aren't connected to our communities talk so much about these issues, when in reality, we are here and we aren't heard. And I'm tired of that. And I think a lot of people in this room are tired of that, of people who worked on this bill for some even 8 years. I urge you all to pass Board Bill 185, as many of you made political commitments to do so, but also just a commitment to yourself, because you, like many have said, you don't know what surveillance technology is going to come out. We still don't even know what surveillance technology is being used against us as we speak. I wish for you all to pass Board Bill 185, and thank you to everyone who came out on such late notice and was able to speak to this, because I know it is so inconvenient, but so important. And that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next we have Mr. Byron Gilman Hernandez.
Hello. Come on. Yep. Hi.
All right.
Yeah. I'm Byron Gilman Hernandez.
Do you swear? Hold on for 1 second here. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is true to the best of your ability?
I affirm.
All right. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. Yeah, Byron Gilman Hernandez, he, him, and from the 6th Ward. I just wanted to give my support for Board Bill 185. I think it's appropriate that this is also happening on a day discussing how a different, not a new technology, but an established technology, the new fleet of bringing larger cars has created, or these police SUVs has created a real problem of, these cars flipping over and all of that. And there's a question of did we ever ask the question before we got in this situation, what changing the fleet would look like? And that's why I think this bill is important, because so much of adopting new technologies is a question of imagination, our ability to ask, well, how might this not work before we implement it? Where are we expecting problems might arise from perspectives that are, not only from diverse voices that are not frequently reflected among software engineers, but just from the perspective of people who are not trying to, make the sale or get this thing operated, but asking, how is this going to affect my life? And so I think, a bill like this creates a forum and an avenue and an opportunity for that question of imagination and invention of how we move forward with any kind of technology we adopt. I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next we have Shay. Okay, we have, they didn't give a name, they just have Action St. Louis.
Oh, apologies. I wasn't able to change the name. It's Marcel Higgins.
All right. Could you spell that for the clerk, please?
MARCELHAGENS.
All right. And do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is true to the best of your ability?
Yes, it is.
All right. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
I just want to make it quick. My name is Marcel Higgins. I am the policy coordinator with Action St. Louis, and I want to second, third, and fourth all of my comrades in arms there and that's present in the hearing around supporting Board Bill 185. Now, just really quick, there is one note that I want to make, and that is, as everybody reiterated, this is an exercise in trust. Over the last year, we've seen excuse me, 5, 6, 7, 8. Over the last year, we have seen multiple people die at the hands or in the City Justice Center, and we had an oversight board that wasn't able to gain access to those people. We've seen in the last year housing initiatives that's tried to move forward, and either we haven't seen those things pass through to fruition, or it's some language that is sitting and waiting for us to do something about. And then lastly, in the last year, we've watched a mayor go on live radio, live television, and basically say the police can't drive. And then we had someone in the hearing today try to, again, bail out the police. So I ask you, should we be in a place where we are allowing our carceral state to still move anonymously and under guise? Or should we do what this bill is asking and allow for the community to have input in what we want to see? And that's all I want to say. Thank you. You have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. You do the same.
That will be all.
All right. Alderman Aldridge, you're recognized.
Any questions from committee members?
We will just go down the list then. Alderman Oldenburg.
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
No questions, thank you.
All right. Alderwoman Keys.
No questions, thank you. And I'd like to thank all of the persons who came out today to speak on this issue one way or another.
All right. Alderwoman Velasquez.
I have no questions at this time.
All right. Alderwoman Saunier.
I want to thank everyone who came and showed up today. Alderman Aldridge, in your opening remarks, you talked about your changes to, or your elimination of Section 9 and Section 10. Could you talk about that a bit more?
Yes, so again, I think in the spirit of collaboration and trying to cooperate with committee members who have brought some changes. Like I said, I know some was in there, but wanted to make sure that it was legally also sound. That's one of the things that we always talk about. There was just two things that was flagged in there that could have been an issue. And while the community probably, knew that that was important, even in this space, the community was working in good faith to say, hey, we know we won't get everything, and if that is an issue, what can we do to get to a place where committee members at this Board of Aldermen will be in a good spot to be able to vote this out, understanding it. This has been many models. Again, here we are at the fifth iteration of, or the sixth iteration of this bill. So from the last committee hearing to now, I've reached out to all colleagues and asked. I know, appreciate Alderman Oldenburg and at least Alderman Narayan for bringing some changes that if that was something that held them up, but with also making sure we do our due diligence, getting an opinion from the legal counselor. That was one of the things that she brought up. Again, we won't always get everything, and we wanted to make it a legally sound bill.
Thank you, Alderman.
Anything else? All right. President Green, anything?
Yes, I'm actually surprised that committee members do not have questions. That must mean everybody's fine with the bill and in support of it, right? I mean, if you don't have questions or comments, it's really difficult. Like policy making, the way I look at it, and I really appreciate Alderman Aldridge's on this. Policy making involves having to have conversation. And Alderman Aldridge has not been afraid to go and have difficult conversations with folks. I'll say from my point of view, I've asked the chief to meet with me 4 times on the bill. Guess how many responses I've gotten? 0. So when we have some of the dialogue that we've been having about, oh, you need to get the support of the police chief, or you need to get the support of SLMPD in order to do this, I think the thing that we need to remember is it takes two to tango. And sometimes we have folks who are putting in the work, who are sitting day in and day out with different alder people, going line by line through the bill, asking what your issues are, working to finesse language to fix those issues. And at the end of the day, it's just not good enough. And it's not good enough, not because the bill's not good enough. It's not good enough because the community didn't come out enough. I mean, the community has been really, but it's not good enough because those of us in city government continue to play politics rather than do our jobs as policy makers. And so, whether we take a vote on this today or not, I'm still not sure. But what I do want to say is I really appreciate the alderman from the 14th and the work that he has done to try to address concerns in an environment where there is often a moving goalpost. And that can make policymaking really hard. And for folks that have shown up today, for folks that have been working tirelessly on this bill for 6-7 years at this point in time, I want to just say, don't give up. Like, I know that sometimes it's really easy to get disillusioned with this process. Learning this afternoon that the police chief made some calls last night and kind of spooked some folks, I think is concerning. It's concerning because as we're talking about ethics and the police chief drawing a salary from the Police Officers Association, we have to wonder, is he doing the business of what is in the best interest of the city, or is he lobbying on behalf of the police officers? And that's not something that I wanted to think, right? I've gotten a lot of questions about this. But I do have to say it's problematic when a police chief refuses to sit down with the president of the Board of Aldermen on a piece of legislation so that we may work together and we may try to reach consensus. Because I cannot reach consensus with somebody who will not talk to me about this issue. And so I hope that this can be a lesson for all of us at the board to engage in authentic conversations, to put away the politics, to recognize ourselves as policymakers, and that our job is to listen to folks who come here and lobby and want us to do better day in and day out. We get a lot of emails into our president of the board account. We've gotten very few emails in opposition to this piece of legislation. You would think that the majority of the emails we get were in opposition, seeing some of the discourse that has happened at the board around it. But that really hasn't been the case. Even folks who are more conservative leaning tend to agree that oversight is needed. I mean, we have legislation that is moving in the General Assembly to ban red light cameras and to ban license plate readers and to put surveillance over or to put regulations over drones. And these are not bills that are being forwarded by Democrats. They're bills that are being forwarded by Republicans. And the promise and the potential, as Mr. Pruitt said earlier, of local control was that we might actually do the work to build some better relationships. And sometimes it feels like we are the dog that caught the car, that we got this police department, and then we've been reluctant to put in place best practices to ensure that police department works effectively for everybody in our city, not just a select few. And on a personal note, something that I wrote on social media, I've been going through IVF for the last 2.5 years at this point in time. We have a bill moving in the General Assembly right now that would give personhood to embryos, meaning that any embryos that I get that were discarded could be considered murder, right? And so we know that when there are camera systems that can monitor who is going to reproductive health care clinics or places that are seeking gender affirming care or places where you're getting IVF, that even if our local police department is not doing anything nefarious with that data, I do not trust the state of Missouri, nor do I trust a federal government under Trump to use that data in ways that is going to protect people like me who are seeking to have a child, who have to go through IVF in order to get pregnant. And so sometimes I think we lose the forest through the trees, and I think we lose sight that checks and balances are good. That part of good government means community hearings and asking questions and bringing in experts when we don't know things to give us more information. And that's the mindset that I hope that we take to the board, because I know that I've learned a lot through these hearings so far. Last week, when there was the data security person, that kind of scared the bejesus out of me, because who knows how many out-of-date and antiquated security systems we have in the city government right now that make it extremely easy for data to be put at risk. And that is something we should not take lightly. In the private sector, we can choose whether to use apps like Facebook or X or whatever. And if we don't want to abide by their terms and conditions, we have the choice to not sign up, to not use it. But when it comes to government surveillance, there is not an opportunity for our public to opt out. And if they cannot opt out, then we must at minimum be acting with their consent. So whether the alderman from the 14th opts to take a vote today or not, I'm not sure. I'm committed to coming back and having as many hearings as we have to get this over the finish line, and I'm committed to continue to work with him, sit down with every member of this committee who is willing to, in good faith, tell us what your issues are. Because when we hear the issues, we've been, I think, demonstrated that we've been willing to work, to amend, to modify things to make sure that we get the language right, that we consider multiple perspectives on this. And to me, that's what the beauty of this process is hearing those different perspectives and creating something that may not be perfect, but at least has more than one viewpoint that has been attached to it. So not going to take very much more time. I didn't really have any questions because I've been so intimately involved with this bill. But I do want to thank you because I think that the leadership that you have shown and the willingness to have difficult conversations, even when the goalpost moves in front of you, is something that is admirable and something that I'm hoping as a board we can get better at having honest conversations so that we can actually work through and amend bills in ways to create consensus instead of operating in this yes or no binary that we've been stuck in. There's a way to get to yes if we're all willing to come to the table and actually have those conversations. So thanks.
So it looked like the Alderwoman Clark Hubbard's hand went up just before you, but we'll go to her and then we'll go to you. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, please proceed.
Thank you so much. I have not been in a position to I guess not having been in a position, I choose not rather to address some of the things that have been said, not just in this hearing, but the hearing before, right? Everybody knows how much value and weight I put in the committee process, in the hearing process, and being able to hear from our constituents. But everybody also knows that no, that is not the only way that we hear from our constituents. And to be fair to my other colleagues, I just want to make sure that I put out in the space that yes, there is a way to get to yes. And yes, there is a way for us to work together. But we have responsibilities down here and weight that we have to put on if it's for one or two people. And I'm not saying that it's one or two people in that room because I know it's been clearly way more than one or two people. But to also make sure that we hear from all of our surrounding constituencies that we have a responsibility to down here at the Board of Aldermen. Also, the responsibility that we have to be able to be in a position to advocate for them. That means having healthy, respectful relationships with them. That means, yes, like President Green saying, being able to talk to them. I apologize for not being able to talk to you, Alderman Aldridge, yesterday, and to you today, President Green. My vote was actually easier last week. But after people did go back and view, my constituents some of them did go back and view. And the feedback that I got, I'm thankful for the relationship that I had with Blake Strode, that I was able to talk to him about possibly moving forward, educating and having the lines of communication open to move towards a pathway to this. While we in place, I know that some people are not in agreement with it, but while we are in place with an executive order as we speak, that's in a lot of the information, a lot of the same a lot of the same verbiage that's in our bill. But there are some really valid concerns in the bill where it is now. And I think in a respectful way, and we all know here at the board, we can do this talking, but if we want to go down to brass tacks and what some other things that have been done to get us to this place, that's a whole nother light that we can shed on this too. So if we want to move forward in good faith as a board and we want to build this relationship as a board, then I think asking for some more time to work on these really valid concerns that are not against oversight. You could check my record and check how in the valuable relationships that I have with hopefully people that are still in that room that can hear me. I'm not against oversight. I'm not against the people being able to be engaged in something. I've done the exact opposite of that. But I also am for respectful ways for us to come together for the greater good that's not going to have unintentional consequences that I've heard thrown around in this meeting all day. That I was given a real example of, if this was in place, something that I'm dealing with right now for people in the community right now, that it would adversely impact. And so as I'm learning, as everyone else is learning and communicating and talking with each other and showing up, I think that if we want to move forward in a real way towards it, then this time right here, and let's be real, this time right here for us to come to the conclusions that we need to come to with this committee sub. If it passed out today, it would be second read on Friday, then we go down for 2 weeks and we don't come back until the 25th. We ideally have another chance to have a committee hearing. And it doesn't have to be where the people, I hear people saying they don't want to keep showing up. I'm sorry, I want you all to keep showing up. I want to keep hearing from you. My cell phone number's out. Text me, email me, do whatever we need to do. I've actually even talked to Blake about having a town hall, some kind of public hearing about this again, so that people can be fully informed about most of the things that we continue to get pushback on. Nobody is nefariously running around saying we don't like each other. Nobody is nefariously running around saying we don't like the people. Nobody is nefariously running around saying we don't like the police. And if I'm over speaking for somebody, feel free to chime in. But for myself, it's about working towards the greater good. And some of the things that are being pushed and said here, they are not creating consensus. They are creating divide. And if you could see the text messages, the emails that I received, even just during this hearing, let alone the other hearing. Again, something that I've been working for and fought for and advocated for and legislated for myself. This is a hard position to be in, to now say, make sure this makes sense so that nobody again, with the unintended consequences gets hurt because people can get hurt. So I'm asking, I do have one specific question that was asked by someone that I asked for the public because we are here in public conversation. But on top of that, I'm asking that give us this time to be able to work towards these real, and you all know what they are, these real concerns, be it through an amendment or be it through changing something so that we can get towards what a real good faith policy would be that wouldn't have any unintended consequences, that wouldn't be in comparison and putting up against something. Because a lot of even the data that's been used about where this has worked, some are being pulled back and some of it does have unintended consequences. But that's not being shared here, and I understand that. At the same time, I think we do need the opportunity to share that, and that's what I've asked, specifically talk, and I think the space that Blake and I could create would do. But specifically, I was asked, and this will be my probably one and only question unless the response emits for another one, is if this policy goes into place, would that halt red light cameras in the city of St. Louis?
Is she asking me to sponsor?
Yeah, is that directed
You or
towards?
President Green or whoever?
No, it would. Those
Okay,
no, this is to make sure that red light cameras has oversight, and we know how that data is being used and how that technology is being used. Understanding that red light cameras also recently ruled unconstitutional. So no, it does not stop red light cameras.
Thank you.
All right. Is that all you had, Alderwoman Clark Hubbard?
Yeah, I might come up, I might raise my hand again, but that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Alderwoman Velasquez.
Thank you, and thank you. I know Alderman Aldrich, you jumped in on this, and you've dived in. Between the last hearing and this hearing, was only the city councilor, did you talk to, were the adjustments you made only from the city councilor's perspective?
No, it was also for my colleagues who talked with me about the concerns that they had. So it was from people who actually said comments last meeting and gave input and talked with me over the phone for the last week. It was those changes on top of the city councilor's change.
Great, thank you for clarifying. I do want to say, just for the record, the reason I haven't had a lot of questions is because I spent about 6 months working on this bill, and I was asked not to file a bill so we could have a conversation about one bill, this bill in particular. And I think that's important when we talk about good governance and transparency, that we also have good governance and transparency why we're doing the work. And that remains to be my concern. Is I want to not be trying to figure out which competing narrative is correct. I want to make good policy. So thank you, Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, for your comments. I do think that there's a way to get to a yes. And I would like to genuinely and honestly work through that. Some of the things that have, and some of those conversations have not happened. So I'm here for that. We talked about that early on in January when I met with the community after several meetings with the ACLU, having been here when Terry Kennedy filed that bill as Director of Communications for the ACLU. I care deeply about transparency. I care about oversight as well. I think it's important to say that when we have concerns that are valid, that it is not turned to some divisive, polarizing thing, which it has turned into. And that disappoints me because I think I signed up for this job to work on policy and to have good governance and to work with my colleagues in good faith and with transparency.
Can I respond? Or was that a question or just a statement? I can save it to my ending. I'll wait.
Thank you.
All right. Alderwoman Saunier, you have your hand up.
Yes, yeah, I didn't, when I talked earlier, I didn't thank you, Alderman, for, all the work that you've done. And also, I want to thank Alderwoman Velasquez. I want to thank the Honorable Annie Rice. I want to thank the Honorable Terry Kennedy. I want to thank Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. I think for me, one of the best parts of joining the board at the time that we did is there is all of this history and all this context that is building upon itself. I respect so many of you all so greatly, and Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, I know you know how much I respect you, how much I love you. I really appreciate your leadership, and I've seen you take such authentic, bold stances and have looked to that and had conversations with you off the record about what that looks like. But for me, I want to also just say, like, if we're going to wait and we're going to have these conversations, I think a commitment that the people who have come here today deserve, and I think a commitment that Alderman Aldridge deserves, and a commitment that everybody else deserves. Like, I think one of the things that we have to talk about with this bill is are we building consensus amongst ourselves about what we agree on? And as a board, are we willing to do something that the police chief does not want to do? I think for me, that's something that I would really like to see, because I think we have great conversations as a board and as a group, but sometimes we have other voices and other thoughts and influences. And I have never met, this is no shade to Chief Tracy, we worked together on the surveillance drone bill excellently. We've had excellent conversations. He's come to my neighborhood meetings. At the same time, I understand I've never met police officers that want to be policed. I've never seen a police force that wants accountability and transparency. And I think if you leave that up to any self-individual, that's why you have checks and balances, because that doesn't happen. So for me, my ask, and Alderman Aldridge, I support you whether you take a vote or don't, and I see it both ways. I think that sometimes taking a vote is good, because for me, I think the things that communities struggle the most are issues over poverty and policing, because they are so complex, they are so nuanced, they have so much history and other elements. So sometimes we've seen the people who come before us, they filed bills, passed bills, taking votes. It wasn't necessarily they had it, but sometimes it's important to get it on record, like where folks are. And I have, for me, many of my constituents came today, and they are kind of frustrated with the process and how long it takes. And I always tell them this legislation is how this works, but I do feel like I see community kind of getting frustrated, rightfully so, with how long this is taking. So I just want to know that we are all just, a yes is not contingent upon the police chief saying I'm in support of this bill, because I don't think that's going to happen. I think Alderman Aldridge could go back and make 1 million changes to this bill and accept every amendment that's given, and I don't think that will happen. So I just want to make sure, and I think people deserve to know, because we represent people and we don't represent the police department, that we're willing to make a decision and have a conversation together about them, even if they may disagree. Thank you.
All right.
May I say just one thing?
Sure. I think the Alderwoman on screen's hand went up just before yours, so I'll go her and then you, if that's all right. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
Now you know I'm going to yield to President Green.
It's fine. All I was going to say is that throughout this process, what is helpful in being able to make changes, at least from my perspective, is having tangible things. And the amendments that Alderman from the 14th brought today were all tangible things that either members of this committee or other members of the board came to him and said, this section or this line item or the way this is worded is what's giving me pause. And it's really hard when we just hear legitimate concerns, but don't exactly know tangibly what those concerns are. And I know we got an 11th hour legal opinion too that Alderman Aldridge stayed up pretty late working through and working to address those pieces in the bill as well. But my request would just be like tangible things. It's a lot easier to make policy when we have tangible things that need to be changed, specific line items, specific terms, specific areas that we can work with. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you for that, Madam President. And Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, please proceed.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to push back on one of the things that my colleague, Alderwoman Faye said. not about the gratitude for Alderman Aldridge and hey, going back to former Alderman Kennedy, Clerk Kennedy, and all the work. Nothing about the gratitude, but I will push back on the comment about police not wanting transparency and not wanting accountability, because when I worked through civilian oversight and detention oversight, and even on some other things, I heard from them constantly about about not being against accountability. I think that one of the bad things that's happening in some of the narratives is putting all of the police in a box. And hey, I'll be damned, I don't want to be put all in a box with all of the aldermen. I don't want to be put all in a box with all elected officials. We all have our own mind, our own responsibilities, our own brains, and first and foremost, our own hearts. I know I do, that we come down here and we come down and show up daily, authentically, honestly, truthfully, about what we've done and haven't done, who we've talked to and who we haven't talked to, what we're doing and what we're trying to get to the yes, the pathway to the yes. Nobody that I would think that I have worked with down here is waiting on Chief Tracy to say yes, one police officer to say yes, to be in accord, to be in support and full support of this legislation. Because it's not that I'm not in support, I just have some concerns about some of the things that were brought to my attention again since the last hearing and since now we've been in this hearing. And so I brought one of them up. I have some other ones that I think I may have touched on in the text to Alderman Aldridge, but I'm just going to reiterate that no good legislation, I hear it thrown around all the time down here, has the full support of everybody. I don't want to be in a room of people that support me and say, "Go, you got it going on. You're doing a good job," because I know that's a lie. I want to be in a room of people that I have differences in. I want to be in a room around the table of people where we can come together and find where the real change can happen, and that's in the middle. And so that's why I'm asking, and I continue to ask about some of the things that I did, but also some of the things that were brought up today about the youth plan, and reiterate that in the interim, we do have an executive order. I know some people are against and have their own feelings about the executive order, but the reality is, the fact is, in the interim right now, as we speak on this call, we have an executive order in place. And we can continue to work on this to get it to a place that it can come to where we can all move it across the finish line. Or if enough of us want to move it across the finish line how it is, I respectfully say, okay, but I who have to answer for my vote and for the people that are reaching out to me, and even people that are reaching out to me right now in that room that I value and respect the relationship with, I still have to be at peace with knowing that some of the things that are in here are not going to adversely impact and adversely affect people that I have the responsibility of being down here advocating for. I can't go along just to get along on either side, on any side. And again, I respect everybody's work in this. And we all know the narratives behind the work in this. But I think that asking this right now and knowing that some of the people that have concerns now didn't get it in the time that we got it, and maybe didn't get it even right before this meeting. For us to have continue to have these conversations, continue to do the work like Alderwoman Velasquez said. Because again, if we vote on this, if it gets out today, it still only gets second read next week. We go on break for 2 weeks and it still doesn't even come back. We can have this same meeting before we come back after having the time to have the work, unless, that's a problem for someone that I don't know about, and you can let me know that. And then we can be ready for it when we come back. Because if the narrative was that this was passing for the red light cameras and we wanted to pass it in tandem, and the work that we were going to do in tandem with that, then, which is why I asked about that, because there were some concerns that this would shut that down altogether. Then it feeds into, and it goes into, again, the good faith efforts that we said that we all committed that we were going to do down here if we wanted to pass them together, which I think we all agreed on. Well, most of us probably agreed on. I won't speak with anybody else, but that we agreed on doing. So again, thank you to everyone. I echo the gratitude for everyone in the room, on the call, in the emails and the text that's calling. But this is a part of it. This is a part of the communication. And some people are more comfortable having conversations here than in private settings. Committee is where it happens. So, thank you again.
All right.
For letting me speak again, Chairman.
Absolutely. Yeah, so I just want to thank you, Alderman Aldridge, for your work on this. We've had ongoing discussions since you filed this bill.
Correct.
You know, we're on the third iteration, I think, of this now.
The third committee's substitute.
Yeah.
Correct.
And you know, I think we're making good progress. I want to thank you for addressing some of the concerns that I had brought up.
Thank you
know,
for
there
bringing them
were
up.
some issues that I was concerned about putting the city in breach of contracts. I thought that you know, it was important to have the city councilor weigh in on the data use or the surveillance use plan, so that we had someone who would be able to bring potential Fourth Amendment issues to the committee to inform them as they were making their decisions. But I still, well, and we talked about the special taxing districts. I'm glad Mr. Connolly jumped in on the call today to bring that up, because that's a.
I think that'll be in the next session. I think we'll be working on that, because it's a whole big problem package. And for some people, wards, we vote on them in HUD. So,
but you know, I do want to commend you, but I also want to make sure that we're not furthering down the road of a two-tiered justice system here in the city, which is something that I've spoken at length about, and I won't bore anyone with today. But I share the concerns that I hear from some of my colleagues about on the potential for any individual piece of technology to become a political football, basically, and that we're going to bicker over that in the use plan. And I know that both you and I and the president and others have stayed awake at night trying to come up with what the solution may be there to get this thing across the finish line. There's a few more smaller concerns that I have. I know we had talked about an appeals process of sorts. I believe that was also discussed with the advocates in a meeting when some of us were in transportation and commerce, but I know that there was a meeting that happened with community activists regarding that. There's also some concerns that were recently raised about the sunshine laws that I want to make sure are addressed appropriately. And we heard from a lot of people about the voices that we've heard here in committee, and I think it's really important that we take into account the voices in committee. But I want to be clear, at least in my ward and the fourth ward, we have very robust neighborhood associations who are happy to weigh in on anything and everything. And I am hearing concerns regarding this at those meetings. When I talk to people at those meetings, I am hearing concerns about that. And so I have to weigh those concerns with what I hear in committee. And I'm committed to continue working with you on this, whether it's in the dying days of this session or as we move into, you know, any future session. But right now, this just isn't at a place where I can support it today. I'd be willing to have a committee hearing on Monday to continue the discussion. I don't want you to think that I'm trying to pull the rug out from under you. We're just not there yet, in my estimation, and we're getting closer. Like I told you yesterday, we're getting closer. And if you think about the march that we've been on this thing, from Terry Kennedy through former Alderwoman Rice's work to you now filing this, it's the work is being done, and we're getting closer. And it doesn't seem to me, from what I'm hearing today from the committee members, just my quick back of the napkin math, that the votes are there. It's your prerogative whether you'd like to call for a vote today. So with that, I'll leave it with you, whether the ball is in your court, however you'd like to proceed, Alderman.
Well, thank you. First, I want to, since I'll have the last word, I think it's important because it's a lot of statements that have been made that is not about the legislation, or statements about statistics. I mean, we can all know that statistics, I know that was a talking point from the first meeting, and we've also seen how crime in our own city of St. Louis hasn't always been on the low. I want to clear something up because I think it's important, especially as this is public, and you can look on the Board of Aldermen and see when this bill was filed. I think and I'm always, even as an activist, willing to, at one point I thought I wouldn't be willing to compromise. I've had legislation where I've heard them several times to get input to try to figure out how do we get to a good spot, right? I guess my irritation a little bit with some members, and I think honesty is important. There has been 2 members on this committee that gave substance of change, of what is their holdup. I'm in my office every day. My door is always open. Most of the time, I go to other people's office, especially if I'm working on something. I sit down and say, hey, how can we get somewhere? There are some members on this committee, is being transparent, that have been sitting with the community groups, the people behind us, trying to craft how do we get somewhere. And only way we can get somewhere is if you give input. If it's constantly, to be honest, how we sort of, if it's no questions, no comment. And I do appreciate Alderwoman Clark Hubbard for shooting me a text and letting me know where she could be. And I know I called her several times and she said she didn't, but only way I can, or we can get someone on this legislation is I need to know where people are. There's been several times that I talked to committee members and it's nothing. So I assume if you have no concerns, okay, you're gonna be with it. At least, like I say, I respect the ones, even if they were a no, that brought up concerns to maybe get them to a place that would get them maybe to a yes, right? This is a second hearing, and from the first hearing to the second one, I've reached out to some members and still got nothing. And then we get to this hearing and say, I have concerns. We all got each other's number. These reports, since it's a committee sub, it was sent to each public safety committee member within 38 hours advance to our hearing. If you have questions on the use plan, the approval process, the existing technology, whatever in the document, again, only way I would know those concerns if members come and say what those are. And it is, I don't think nobody on this committee is against oversight. I think some of us may look at it differently. I don't think we're against oversight. We passed Board Bill 82. I just heard that, is this slowing down the red light cameras? When we did 82, was right to know. Even though that's already in policy, we talk about the EO, we have something. Well, what is bad about codifying something into law? It may be in policy for the police department, like what we've seen with the cards, but we also codified into law. We also said, as we're gonna do enforcement, as we're gonna make sure that our streets are safer, we also can do transparency and oversight. We did that with 82 and Alderwoman Kara Spencer bill, which I commend her for being willing to actually work in a way where it was actually collaborative to get to a place where we can get it passed. I am not in a rush to get it done. I know the community has been working on this for a very long time, to even to the point where Alderwoman Rice have had this bill for last 2 years. There were several co-sponsors on it. Again, ACLU sent out a survey that several committee members said, yes, I support CCOPS. When we were running for office, I call it oversight of technology. Hey, it's different strokes, different folks, right? But and then we get to like the table, and we get here and we still are unaware of like what, I get to the table and I'm still unaware from some of my colleagues what those concerns are. If it's been getting a text message today or reaching out to a colleague for the last 3 days and saying, hey, where are you? Have you read it? Or somebody who's been part of the conversation from the very start and has not raised one substance like policy, how it all played out, the emotions of it. We've had those hard conversations. And so we want to do that again, but the substance of how we get somewhere so that we can actually get somewhere. Because I'm not trying to do nothing to hinder the department, but also think it's just as important that the community have input in those pieces of technology that is used. Only thing that I would ask my colleagues on this committee is I don't want to use a good faith word because we use that so much in city government. I'm asking for something to actually know what your concerns are. And to be honest, I've only been able to know what 2 members' concerns are because they gave me something. To you, Chair Narayan, I appreciate it. And even to Alderman Odenberg, I appreciate it for giving something, for calling back, for responding, for answering to an email and saying, hey, these are some of my concerns that may be problematic to the bill. I will not take a vote on it today, hoping, and I'm not going to stop because I think this is important that the community is not going to stop because this is something that is important. I won't hold a vote today, but in hopes that we can actually, I'm not talking about no narrative, I'm not talking about none of that, I'm talking about being able to call me and say what the concerns are, can sit down and talk about it. Not you, I'm saying.
I was just going to say, just so that it's abundantly clear where I'm at with it, let me know when you want the hearing. I'll let the clerk and STL TV know, and we'll have a hearing.
And I appreciate that. And you have been transparent and saying, hey, when do you want to do that? That's what I'm asking for from all my colleagues on this committee, to give me some substance of concern so we can negotiate how do we get to a place where we can get everyone, and not everyone, to a yes, but it won't be perfect. The community has gave up a lot. This bill is, every time we come back, the 3rd iteration of this piece of legislation. They are willing, even as people look at them as activists and radical and all that, they have gave up a lot of changes in this piece of legislation, from Annie Rice bill to what I have. I would love for my colleagues to be able to work with me to get somewhere and actually give me some substance and not just concerns. And that's all I have.
All right. Well, I guess with that, we will move to the acknowledgement of any written testimony.
We had 2 in opposition.
All right. Then do we have any announcements from the committee? No announcements. All right. I believe all members were present today.
They were.
All right. And with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We stand adjourned.